So as he walk into his cell, boom, he get punched in the side of his head. He wake up and they on top of him. He like, yo, don't do this to me. I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. They looked down and it was like, nah, you in prison. You old enough.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
So they put me in the cell, right? And I'm looking in there, like, who up in here? So when they put me in there and I get in there, the guy is at the bottom bunk and he got the cover over him. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. So the guards uncuffed me or whatever, and I put my laundry bags in there, my bags and all my, totes and shit like that. So I'm real curious, like, because normally when you new to a cell and the guy that's already in there, he gonna pop up, he gonna be up because he don't know if you a gang member, if you an enemy, if you a booty bandit, are you somebody, if you a family member, you never know who coming in that cell. So you gonna be up, you gonna be alert, but this dude was under the cover. So I'm like, that's strange. So I'm like, hey, you good? You good? He ain't say nothing. Matter of fact, he didn't even move. So I'm thinking to myself, like, hold on, man. I know this dude ain't dead in his bed, and they done put me in a cell with this dude and trying to frame me. So I walk up to the bed. I'm like, hey, you all right? You good? And he kind of turned and looked at me. Now, when he looked at me, y'all, it kind of made me step back a little bit because this dude had raccoon eyes. You say, Donta, what do you mean raccoon eyes? Yeah, he had raccoon eyes, like two big old black eyes. So I'm like, you straight, man? And he turned back around and he started like whimpering. So I'm like, okay. So now in my head, I'm thinking either the guards just whooped him bad, or he just got beat up by somebody and he just, recovering, whatever. So I ain't really paying attention to it. So I start putting my stuff up or whatever. And I'm just really curious because I need to know. I need to know why this dude is beat up. I need to know that, I'm not being set up where they trying to say I did this to him or whatever. But I need to know. So I'm sitting on the desk. I said, hey, G, you straight? He was like, yeah. The way he said, yeah, it was kind of awkward because his voice was light. Now, normally in the penitentiary, most dudes' voices are, manly in a way. And the only time you hear like a timid type of low voice is dealing with a punk, a sissy, or a homosexual or whatever. So I'm like, you straight, man? He was like, yeah, I'm okay, man. I said, what happened? He was like, I don't want to talk about it. I said, you sure you straight? He said, yeah, man, I just don't want to talk about it. And he started crying. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, this ain't cool. I said, hey, well, look, check this out, man. I need that bottom bunk. He like, so you gonna do it to me too, huh? You gonna do it to me too if I don't? I said, what? I said, ho, what you talking about? So now he off under the cover and I can see him fully. This dude a kid. This dude look like he no older than maybe 15 or 16 years old. So he like, what you gonna do it too? You gonna fuck me too? You gonna beat me up? You gonna fuck me too? I said, oh, hold on, young blood, hold on, chill. He like, no, I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of this. I'm myself. I said, hold on, man. What happened? He was like, man, I'm just so tired of this, man. I'm tired of this, man. I'm so tired of this. So he gets up and he like run towards me and try to hit me, right? So he hit me in the chest like 1, 2, like 3 or 4 times, right? His punches don't faze me at all. At that time, Donta was pushing about maybe 250, 255 all muscle, right? So his little punches didn't hurt me at all. So he hit me in the chest. So I grabbed him, like holding him, right? And he just started crying. I said, hey, little homie, I'm not going to hurt you, man. I'm not going to do nothing to you, man. What, like, talk to me. What happened? So he just started crying. So then I let him go and he sat down on the bed. He was like, man, I'm just tired of this, man. These dudes keep on raping me in here, man. I don't know what to do. The guards won't listen to me. I just want to take myself out of here, man. I don't want to live no more. I said, wait a minute, wait. So you do know you can get on the phone and, contact Priya, right? He was like, what's that? I said, Priya is an organization. It's right there by the phones. Yeah, I know, but I haven't been able to get on the phone because, I just want to stay in my cell. I said, well, look, if you when we get out of here, I'll walk you to the phone. You can get on the phone and, call Priya and let them know, like, you've been violated in here, man. And, they're seeing some people up in here and get you out of here. He was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm going to look into that. I said, hey, let me ask you a question, man. What you in here for, man? How old are you? He was like, I'm 17. I said, you 17? I said, don't you supposed to be like at a youth camp or something? He was like, well, I got life. I killed somebody. I said, oh, okay. See, normally they'll let you stay at a youth offender camp till you like 22 years old. But if you got murder and you got life, yeah, they gonna send you on up the road. Before we go on, let me educate the audience right quick, because I know there's dudes that's going to end up going to prison anyway, despite how many videos I drop trying to deter you from going to prison. If you in prison and you getting sexually assaulted, get on that phone and call Priya, okay? And just do it. But let's get to the story. I'll say the education for the end. So anyway, I said, who did you kill, man? He was like, I killed my grandmother. I said, excuse me? I said, why did you kill your grandmama? He was like, man, it's a long story, man. I don't really want to talk about it because I feel like you might try to do something to me. I said, hey, look, number one, I'm not gay. I'm not no homosexual. It ain't nothing that you got on your body that I want. I'm strictly woman. You know what I'm talking about? So ain't nothing appealing of what you got appeals to me. So you ain't got to worry about that. I said, so you were saying you killed your granny? He said, yeah, I killed my granny. I said, why? What happened? So he was like, well, my mama, she was a crackhead, and my mama was a crackhead, and my grandmother, she took me in from like the age of 4 or whatever. So I just always stayed with my grandmama, and she spoiled me. She spoiled me a lot. She gave me everything I wanted. I had the latest, Jordans, Air Force Ones, the PlayStation, everything. My grandma looked out for me a lot. Last year, this the truth. Last year, I asked my grandma, can I use the car to go see my girlfriend? And she told me no, because it was a school night. And yeah, it was around 8 o'clock, but I'm going to be real with you. I wanted to go over there to go have sex with my girl, but my granny wasn't having it. She told me it's a school night and I can't even leave out the house. So I ended up taking the keys anyway. And, I go to my girl house and, we do what we do. And, I come back and grandma is right there on the porch waiting on me. Now it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, hold up. So your grandmama told you that you couldn't go to your girlfriend's house because it's a school night, but you take the keys anyway and you go, and then you come back around 3 o'clock in the morning and grandma outside on the porch? He was like, yeah, that's what happened. So I said, okay, go on. So he was like, so when I get out the car, she was like, you gonna have to go. Why would you disrespect me like that? He like, man, Granny, I ain't trying to hear that. I'm not trying to hear it. You know, he said he was all tired and he just wanted to lay down and go to sleep. So he said he kind of just moved past Grandma. Grandma standing in the doorway like, man, no, you're not coming into my house. Give me my keys and you can't be here no more. So he said he kind of pushed past Grandma, and Grandma telling him like, you're not going to disrespect me. Ain't no way you thought to be coming to my house and disrespecting me, taking my keys and stuff. You got to go. So he said he just go upstairs, go to his bedroom, and he said his granny was on it. Grandma was just on it, banging on the door, opening the door, telling him, get out. I'm going to call the police if you don't get out of my house. And he said, all I just wanted to do was sleep. All I wanted to do was sleep. So Grandma come in there and she throw some water on me. And I jump up out the bed and I like grab her, but I didn't know how hard did I grab her, but I grabbed her like by her neck. I said, hold on. So when you saying you grabbed her, you was choking her, right? He was like, I mean, at first I thought I was grabbing her shoulders, but I ended up choking her. So I said, all right. So he said he was choking Grandma. He was choking her, whatever. And he like choked her to the floor, and then he let it go because he realized like, oh shit, I just choked my grandma out. But she didn't die. She was just laying on the ground coughing, whatever. So he said that he was like, Grandma, I'm sorry. So she got up and was like, you getting out my house. You getting out my house. So he said that she leave out the bedroom. So he's sitting up on the bed and he was like, man, what is she about to do? Oh, she probably about to go grab a gun, right? So he said he get up, and sure enough, Grandma is going to her bedroom, going to her dresser where she keep that 9mm at. So he said he hurried up and ran towards his granny and like tackled her, boofed her, like Goldberg her right to the floor. So he said like his adrenaline, crept in and he blacked out. He said the only thing he can think of is my granny got this gun in her hand and she's going to shoot me. So he said that he just was on top of her and all he remembered is he was just squeezing with both of his hands or whatever. And he said that the granny stopped struggling or whatever, and he came back to himself and he realized he just choked Grandma to death. And so he said he was sitting there like, Grandma, wake up. Granny, wake up. He said at this time, her eyes done glossed over or whatever, and she wasn't breathing. He said he put his ear to her chest and couldn't hear it, no beeping or nothing. So he said he sat there. He like, man, I don't know what to do. So he said he just panicked. So he called his girlfriend, and she wouldn't pick up the phone. Because remember, y'all, it's like it's like what? 4, 5 o'clock in the morning now. It's almost school time, right? Get up at 6 o'clock. So he said that he get back in his granny car and drive to his girlfriend's house and knock on her window. And she like, what are you doing? He was like, man, I really need to talk to you, man. I need your help. I really need your help, man. She like, what happened? And he went to tell her like, me and my granny got into it and I end up, choking her out and I think she dead. She was like, what? He was like, yeah, I think I killed my granny. So she was like, well, did you call the police? He was like, no, I'm not calling the police, man. They ain't gonna understand that, man. They gonna lock me up. And she was like, well, what do you expect for me to do? You're gonna have to go. You gotta leave. He was like, you're not gonna help me? She was like, I don't know how to help you. You just need to go. Just leave. And he was like, all right, don't call the police though. She was like, just leave. I gotta get ready to go to school. So he said he run back to Granny car, he get in, and he said he just riding around, right? He said maybe about 20 minutes will go by and the police get behind him. So he pulled over, they tell him like, yo, get out the car, put your hands behind your back and blah, 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 blah. So what happened was, as soon as he left his girlfriend's house, his girlfriend called the police and woke her mama up and told her what happened. So the police was on it. So they put him behind his back, put his hands behind his back or whatever, and put him in a patrol car, and they take him downtown. when he get down there, he tell him like, okay, listen, this what happened. I asked my granny, can I go to my girlfriend's house? She said no. So I took her keys and I went to my girlfriend's house. And then I came back and my grandmama, she was tripping on me. And long story short, she tried to shoot me. She grabbed her gun and tried to shoot me because we was arguing. And I was just defending myself. I didn't mean to do that to her. I didn't. So they listen to what he's saying. They like, all right, well, sign this or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And that was it. So long story short, he ended up pleading guilty to this murder one or whatever. They gave him life without parole. So now he is in here in Jackson Reception Center with Donta. Now I'm sitting there listening to the story, and I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. My fist did clench a couple times when he was telling the story, because my grandmother, she's still alive. On my dad's side, she's a sweet lady. Oh, bless that woman's heart. And I can't imagine me doing something or somebody doing something to my grandmother. You know what I'm talking about? And it was kind of hard for me to listen to the story, right? So I'm like, I said, so you killed your grandma? He was like, yeah. I said, so basically the people that's in here beating up on you, you done told the story to, huh? He was like, yeah, basically, yeah. I said, well, look, I'm going to tell you something, little homie. I ain't going to touch you. Like I said, I have no reason to put my hands on you. Everybody in here done did something that they ain't proud of or been involved in something that done got them here. You know, what you did, yeah, that was really messed up. That was fucked up. But I'm going to let you know right now, this prison, ain't nobody gonna show you no sympathy, no love for you or none of that. But here's my advice. You need to start working out. You need to start doing push-ups. You need to start doing sit-ups. You got to start fighting back. I said, when whoever did whatever they did to you in here, that you at least try to fight. He was like, man, the dude was just so strong, man. I was walking, to my cell after I got out the shower, and I just felt like this blow, like this hard hit on the side of my head, and everything went black. And I just kept waking up and in and out of, conscious, and that, and the guy was doing it to me. I said, you know who it was? He said, man, it was a couple guys. I said, oh, okay. I said, well, look, when these doors pop, I'm going to walk you right to that phone. And you get on that phone and you call Priya. I said, if you fear for your life in here, whatever, you need to go check in. You need to go check in the hole. He was like, but I was told that if I go to the hole, I'll be like labeled a punk or something. I said, dude, you just got fucked. That should be the last thing you should be worried about. Right now is your safety. It ain't just about these dudes running up in you. Some of these dudes probably got that pack. You know what I'm talking about? Some of these dudes got diseases up in here, man. And you don't know what. Hey, you worried about the wrong little homie. You need to pack it up. Like I said, when these doors pop, I'm going to walk you to that phone so nobody don't do nothing to you. Walk you to that phone. You get on that phone and you call Priya and let them know what happened to you. And then you're going to go to the control booth and tell the guards that you need to get out of here because you fear for your life. He was like, oh, okay, you got me? You got me? I said, hey. I said, let me give you another word of advice, man. You in here for life. That means you ain't never getting out unless the laws change. But good luck on that. I said, from this day forward, you starting off wrong. You starting off bad. But from this day forward, you need to stand up and be a man. You need to be a man. In fact, once you get out the hole and you just be in there working out, man. When you recover, when your body recover, start doing push-ups, start doing sit-ups, because this is your home. You don't want to be around here like no damn sissy, like move around here like no punk. I say you need to get your head right, get your body together, get you a piece of steel, because I mean they can't give you no more time than what you got. If you need to push that blade to prove a point, that's what you're gonna have to do. So he like, oh, I hear you. I hear you. I said, no, do you hear me? Hear me? He said, yeah. Tell me why, y'all. 2 years later, right? We in Palakala prison, right? And I'm on the yard with my homeboys. You know, we over there waiting to get on the basketball court. And I see Big Larry. I done told y'all about Big Larry before. Big Larry is over here and he's hugged up with a dude, with a punk. You know, that's not normal to see or whatever, but I'm looking at the dude that Big Larry got his arms around. I'm like, hold on. I'm just saying to myself, like, wait a minute. That's that young dude. That's the dude I was locked up with 2 years back. I guess he didn't take my advice. I guess he just said, F it, I'm just going to fall in line and, well, it is what it is. And, well, let me tell y'all something right quick. Prison ain't no game. It ain't no joke at all. You go in there thinking that it's all fun and game. You know, I be listening to these prison YouTubers that be talking about, oh, they don't do that no more. It's a lot of punks in there that's willing to give it up. You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because last time I checked, don't no man want no loose woman. And when I say loose woman, don't no man want to keep going into a vagina that's blowed out. Same as a prison dude. You know what I'm talking about? Why would these prison booty bandits want to go up in something that's loose when they can go into something tight? So for all these dudes that be talking about, oh, they don't do that no more, there's plenty of homosexuals around it just giving it up. Hey, there's a lot of dudes in there that like fresh meat. That's why they call it fresh meat. But y'all keep on playing games, thinking, oh, I'm going to get away with it. I'm going to continue to be a criminal. Are you going to find out? Check this out, y'all. There's a lady by the name of Stacy Storytime. She tells phenomenal stories. I'm going to have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. And also, a lot of people be like, yo, Donta, where's your gaming channel at? Yeah, Donta got a gaming channel. I'm going to have that link pinned at the top of the comment section too. And I'm also going to have the link to my small films, right? I got short films that I've been working on. The channel is already up. I got 3 stories on there already. Y'all make sure y'all check that out. I'm going to have that link pinned at the top of the comment section too. All right. With that, y'all, stay crime free. I'm gone. If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Storytime.
Stacy's Storytime.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care. I guess it's some type of electroshock sexual stimulation that goes on with the stun gun or the Prado gun, whatever he had. It ended up, I don't know. He just ended up dying from a heart attack. White woman, gay black man, a glizzy, and a cattle prod. We got a lot to discuss. And by the way, this is a story time.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
We got a lot to unpack with this story. I know y'all wondering, yo, Donta, what's up with the red cup? Whatever is in this red cup after this story time, y'all might need some yourselves. So you got this white woman, and she goes to this club. Now, this white woman, she don't like white men. She's not attracted to white men at all. She like brothers, brothers that look like us, right? So she sees a brother at the bar. Now, this white woman is 42 years old, right? She been married twice to two brothers at that. So she see this brother at the bar, and she approaches him, and she like, "How you doing?" And he turns around and look her up and down. Now she bad. This is a cold white woman. She cold. She done got her lips done. She done got her boobs done. She done got that done back there. So he looking at her. He like, "I'm good. How you doing?" Right? So they talking, they kicking it. Long story short, they end up going back to her crib. They end up making great, passionate, intense love, right? Now, they having this love-a-thon. I'm gonna call it a love-a-thon for maybe 9 days straight. It's pure erotic. They just getting it on, right? So one day she tells him, because she haven't been to his crib, she like, "Hey, where do you live at?" So he tell her where he live at. He live on a shady side of town, the east side, right? So she say, "Well, I want to see what your place look like." He like, "No, I'm kind of embarrassed." She like, "No, I want to see it." So he like, "All right, you can come over tonight, but I warned you, it's on the bad side of town." She like, "That's okay." So she ended up going to the crib later on, right? He opened the door. The house is nice, actually. It's in a bad neighborhood, but the house is nice. So she looking around. She said, "Well, I mean, your house is great. It's nice. It looked real good. It's really clean. I'm surprised." He like, "Why are you surprised?" She was like, "Well, typically men, they are kind of dirty." And he like, Not me, honey." That was the first sign, y'all. The first sign. Now here come the second sign. So she asked him to go to the bathroom because she know. Now they ain't got no title. They have no title on their relationship at all. But she know to go to the bathroom because that'll tell it all. If he got a woman that that be coming through or whatever, because a woman will always leave something. Funny story. Back in 2002, I got caught up on a situation with this one chick, and back then I was single, and this one girl, she was just hating. When I say hating, she'd just always leave something around my apartment, man. And then if I bring another chick, they'll try to confront me about what they done found. But anyway, so she goes to the bathroom, right? She looking around the bathroom. She don't see nothing that will make her think that a woman stays here or been here. So she goes to the medicine cabinet. She opened up the medicine cabinet because she want to see what type of pills this dude take. Is he a healthy guy? Do he take vitamins? All that. She all up in his business, right? She don't find nothing. She see some calcium pills, some vitamins, some men one a days, the normal. So she like, okay. But she opened the shower curtain.
and she see shampoo, like kiwi, strawberry, hair and conditioner. So she's thinking like, that's kind of odd. Well, maybe he just like to smell, he like to smell good, like with fruits or whatever. So she used the bathroom, she wipe, she leave out. So she goes back to him. She's like, man, you are very clean. He like, yeah. So he say, hey, listen, I want to know if we can do something different tonight. And she like, do what? He like, nah, never mind. She like, no, what is it? He like, I don't want you to look at me different. And she's like, what is it, man? He like, man, okay, listen. You remember the other night when I was on top? She was like, yeah. And, I told you to put your hands on. Now listen, y'all. Due to YouTube regulations and stipulations, and I'm trying to get paid, so I can't go into great detail. But basically, when he was on top, right, just follow me. Her hands, he kept moving her, because first she was like scratching his back, but he kept moving her hands down to his buttocks, right? And it got to a certain point that maybe she said because she was moving so fast, or maybe she don't know, but eventually her hands will always end up in his crack, right? Anyway, so he said, you remember that one day that, when you was on top and we was doing what we was doing? She was like, yeah. He was like, okay, I got a confession. She say, what is it? He like, okay, listen, I just got to know if you open to certain things. So she's like, it just really depends. So he was like, okay, I'll tell you what, because I feel embarrassed. So I'll be right back. Hold on, y'all. I need to take a drink for this one. Just a sip. Do me a favor, y'all, before we go on. I need for y'all to smash that like button and share this video, because we about to go into the Terror Dome full force, no stops. So he comes back and he have a book bag. So she looking at this book bag, and it's a black book bag, maybe about about this big, right? And they got like pink feathers on the straps. When you like right there, got pink feathers with glitter on it. So she looking. So he like, okay, here. So she said, is it a bomb in here or something? He was like, oh, no, it ain't no bomb there. Just looking there. I'm just embarrassed. So she say, oh, you cute, because he blushing at this time. So she opened it and she looked in, and she got this confused look on herself. She got a confused look on her face. So she reached in and she pulled out a glizzy. Now, I'm not going to say y'all know what a glizzy is. Just think about it. A glizzy is a hot dog. But in this case, a glizzy is, well, y'all know what I mean. So she pulled out this glizzy and she like, oh, you like toys? He like, yeah, I do. She like, oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Well, yeah, we can incorporate this. He like, we can? She like, yeah, no problem. So he like, oh man. She like, that. Listen, you ain't gotta be embarrassed. If this what you went to, yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. He like, man, all right, cool, bet. So she said, you want to get started? He like, yeah, let's go. So they start getting it on right there on the couch, right? Now, they being intimate regular. They not using the toys. So then he tells her, maybe after 8 minutes into their session, right? He say, hey, you ready? You ready? You ready to use them? She like, yeah, come on. So she grabs it, right? She grabbed one of the glizzies, right? And when she grabbed it, he turns around and threw his thing up in the air. And she like, what are you doing? And he like, oh, well, we about to use it, ain't we? So she like, yeah. Now she got this confused look on her face, like, what are you doing? So he like, we about to use it. So she's like, oh, okay. So she gets in front of him, and he like, wait, what's going on? So she said, what you talking about? And he like, oh, never mind. So she's like, what? Ain't you about to use this on me? He was like, yeah. That's strike 2, 3, and 4, and 5. So they ended up doing what they was doing, right? She did not use it on him. So they do what they do. She give him a kiss. She get dressed. She leaves. Now we about to enter the Terror Dome. A couple days will go by, and she talking to her best friend, like, yo, I met this black guy, and I think he the one. Our sexual energy is crazy, and I think I love this guy. I think I love this man. And she was like, girl, you just met this guy. You only know him for about 2 weeks. She's like, yeah, but I'm telling you, man, it's just a connection that I just can't, So she's like, all right, girl, whatever. I guess I'll support you in whatever you do. So she like, thank you. She get a call. Ring, 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 ring. Her cell phone blowing up. It's blowing up, y'all. So she answered the phone. It's him. He like, hey, where are you? Now he sound like he is in distress. She like, I'm out. What's going on? Are you okay? He like, listen, I need for you to call me an ambulance, and then the phone just goes dead, right? Her face drained of all color, and she turned beet red. Her friend like, what's wrong? What's going on? She's like, I gotta go. So she leaves out, jump in her car, and she's speeding to get over there. She gets on the phone to call the police, but she don't know the address. She just know how to get there. And she like, please, I need an officer. Y'all gotta stay on the phone with me, because my boyfriend, he called me, and I know he's in distress and he's hurt, but they asked her, where do he live at? I just know he live on the east side. So they like, you don't know the street? I don't know. I just never paid attention. So they say, well, call us when you get there. Okay. So she pull up, get out. She goes into the house. She calling his name. So we're going to put a pause right there, because we're going to have to take another drink, because we are really about to go into the Terror Dome. She goes into the bathroom. When she opened the door, it kind of reminds me of, y'all remember when Mace did an interview and he said that, Cameron did an interview and he said that he went to Puff Daddy townhouse where Mace was staying at. And he said he went to go use the bathroom, but he went to Puff bathroom, and he seen a glizzy on the counter. This would have kind of remind me of. And to clear Mace, Cameron said that he asked Mace like, yo, what's up with that? And Mace was like, yo, that's homeboy joint. I don't know. Y'all. But anyway, when she opened the door, when she see homeboy is, I don't know. I'm trying to describe this in a way that they don't knock this video down. Homeboy is in the shower. The curtain is wide open. Homeboy is in the shower. There's a glizzy that is, I guess, cemented to the wall. Not cemented, but taped to the wall or whatever. There's a glizzy that's taped to the wall. The glizzy is inside of him. There's like a low vibrating noise. A low vibrating noise that's going on. She sees that his body is kind of like ticking, shaking. I'm gonna tell y'all what happened. This dude was doing, I don't understand. I never heard of this. Maybe y'all in the comment section, maybe somebody could clarify this. But this man had a glizzy inside of him with a stunt gun or taser or something that would shock him, and whatever happened, he ended up passing away due to cardiac arrest. That's what they put on the police report, where the coroner put on the death certificate. He passed away of a cardiac arrest. I don't know if, I tell y'all all the time that I cannot tell y'all how to program. Your big partner Donta tell y'all all the time. Hold up. Let's get the dramatic effect right quick. But I tell y'all all the time that what y'all do in y'all bedroom is y'all business. However, the level of freakiness that this dude was involved in, I come from the late 80s. I was walking, surviving them years of the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and we here in the mid 2020s, right? 2024. We living in a time, see, I come from that time where, you know, growing up, you know, you like the chicks with the cute face and, you know, a nice rack. As time went on, you know, dudes is now attracted to women that got big butts, right? You know, I come from a time where it was maybe only 3 positions. You know, missionary from the back and the girl on top, right? You know, you do what you do when you get off. But in today's time, a lot of y'all is so freaked out that this story landed here on the Donta Show Network, a special spot from the Terror Dome. I can't even really, the lady that told me this story, she got into great graphic detail, which I'm going to spare y'all the details. I guess it's some type of electroshock sexual stimulation that goes on with the stun gun or the Prado gun, whatever he had. It ended up, I don't know. He just ended up dying from a heart attack. If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care. This prison story is about when my homeboy Lionel got turned out in prison.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
This prison story is about when my cellmate confessed to me about unaliving his baby mama and his 4 kids. So I'm in the day room, and my cellie, like the last 2 nights, he'll be real talkative, cheery, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And but the last 2 nights, he was mad quiet, like really quiet. So I'm in the day room, and he come to me, he like, "Hey, Donta, I need to talk to you," right? Now in my head, I'm thinking like, did he get some bad news, or, did somebody die in his family? Is, the time that he been in prison done caught up with him, and he just crazy emotional and depressed? Because, I mean, that's normal. Cats get depressed in prison for obvious reasons. So I'm like, "Yeah, what's up?" He's like, "Let's go to the cell." So we go to the cell, I hop up in my bunk, and he get on the desk. He said, "Bro, man, I got to tell you something." So I'm like, "What's up?" He like, "Man, you know what I'm in here for?" I said, "What?" He said, "Man, I unalived my baby mama and my 4 kids." And I said, "Oh." He said, "Well, I want to tell you something though, man. It wasn't just them." I'm like, what? I said, "Why did you do that?" He said, just listen, okay? Just listen, because I never told nobody this, and it just been eating me up inside. I'm like, "Okay, what's up?" He was like, "Look, I was a good father, man. I was. I was a great father. I wasn't making that much money. I was working at Amazon in a warehouse, and I did what I can do. Well, long story short, my baby mama was cheating on me, bruh. Like, it's like I busted my tail. I was working down there 80 hours a week, and it's like I did all these things for her and them kids. And actually 2 of the kids weren't even mine. But, hey, this is who I'm with, so I'm taking care of them too. He said, "Man, but it wasn't just them, man. I done unalived so many people, bruh. I know I'm going to hell. I know it. And at this point in life, I don't really care. Maybe 20 years from now, I might get remorseful or whatever, and ask God to forgive me. But right now, man, I don't care, man. I know I'm going to hell. And man, I think I got this this thing about me now where I guess got the taste of taking somebody out, like unaliving people." I'm like, "What you mean?" He said, "The last couple nights that I've been quiet." I said, "Yeah." He was like, "Man, I was thinking about killing you." I said, "What?" So when he said that, see, I was like leaning against my bunk, like this. We're laying in the bed like this. But when he said that, I kind of did like this. He said, No, it ain't like that. That kind of came out wrong." So I'm like, "What you mean you was thinking about killing me?" He said, "No, man, I think something's really wrong with me. Like, I think I'm a killer, man." And I was like, "Do you need help or something? Like what? Like what's up with you?" He said, "Listen, man, I knew I should never told you. I knew I should never told you, but I have a real problem, man, and I never been diagnosed with like being bipolar, but I be having these crazy thoughts in my head, man. Like the other night when you were asleep, man, I just thought about bashing your head in." And I was like, "Okay, go on." He was like, "But I would never do that. But at the same time, why would I have them thoughts in my head, man?" I was like, I don't know, man. But you need to go talk you know, to a psychiatrist or something, or a therapist or something, because on the real, you can't. He cut me off. He said, "Just wait. Let me just finish telling you, man. Let me finish telling you before you say what you're about to say." I said, "All right." He said, "Look, when I was 10 years old, right, my mama used to have sex with me. She used to have sex with me." And I said, "Okay." He said, "When I was 10, you know, everybody be thinking about that it's women. I mean, that it's men that be out here touching on kids, but women also do it too, man. And my own mother did that to me." He said one day, my mama was getting drunk because she was an alcoholic. And he said she called me to the living room, and I'm in my room watching cartoons, right? And she called me to the living room, and she have no clothes on or whatever. And she told me to come sit by her. And, you know, I felt kind of weird because, I mean, I'm 10 years old. I mean, you know, this is weird right here. But I sat down next to her, and she kept saying how cute I was. And then she ended up taking me to her room, and, well, that's what happened. He said, "I don't know, maybe that messed my mind up. Maybe that messed my head up. But that's something I never told nobody, bruh." And I said, "Yeah, that is messed up, homie." He was like, "Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, man. I'm just a real messed up person, dog. I am, man." I said, "Well, I said, listen, if all this trauma started by your mama violating you, man, that wasn't your fault. That wasn't your fault." I said, in fact, you know, in a lot of poor communities, you know, people don't know how to seek help. It's not even that they don't know how to go get therapy or counseling. They don't even understand even how to take the steps to open up to somebody. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, if this your mother, and I'm assuming your father wasn't there, and who could you go to? This is your provider. This is supposed to be the one that's supposed to protect you, and you know what I'm saying? And it's like, where do you go? Because if you don't want to get them in trouble, because you don't know the unknown. You fear the unknown of telling on her, and you know what I'm saying? And the system is so jacked up. You could end up getting taken away from your mama and getting sent to a way worse situation, or a way worse foster home, you know? And he was like, "Yeah, I know." But I said, "But I mean, the world is whack like that, man. The world is whack." He said, "Yeah, but I mean, after that, I believe that's what put me on a course that I was on." But anyway, as I got older, man, I just always was bitter and angry. You know, like, why did my mama do that to me? And I said, "Was that the only time?" He said, "No, she used to do that to me like every other day until I was like 12 years old. You know, until I was fighting back, telling her no." I said, "Okay." And he was like, "But anyway, man, like I said, you ain't got to worry about me. I'm almost sure you gonna have me get up out the cell because of what I said." But I said, "No, it ain't about you getting up out the cell because, you know, what happened to you in your past." I said, "I can't have you in the cell with me because you have real issues and you might take me out. You got the potential of snapping one of these nights, rightfully so, right? Because all the trauma and all the built up, you know, things that's going on inside of you, you might just snap and take me up out the game." And no, man, self-preservation is a must. But I mean, you still cool, we still good, but yeah, you right, you are gonna have to go. He said, "Yeah, I kind of figured that, but I just want to really get your advice on some stuff, you know, because I see you talking to cats about the Bible, and you know, man, you don't have Bible studies and stuff like that. And I just want to know, man, do you think I'm going to hell?" I said, "Listen, in the Bible, it says that there's only one sin that cannot be forgiven, right? there's only one sin that cannot be forgiven. You can be forgiven for violating a child. You can be forgiven for violating a woman. I'm giving y'all the most extreme things that mankind can do and have done according to sin. You can take people's lives, unalive people, and that sin can be forgiven. But there's only one sin that cannot be forgiven. And what's that? The scriptures tell us that there's only one sin that can't be forgiven, and that's blaspheming against the Holy Spirit. So yeah, you can violate a child, you can violate a woman, you can take somebody's life, you can rob somebody, take everything that they got, and you can still be forgiven. But if you blaspheme against the Holy Spirit, it's over, right? And I said, but who knows, man? Who knows? God judges people differently. Everybody got a different measurement of how God is going to judge them. Because there's some people that know exactly what they doing it, when they doing it, however they doing whatever they doing, right? So and some people just got a mental issue, and some people just, I don't know, everybody's brain is wired different. So it ain't for me to judge, and, I can't tell you if you're going to hell, because I don't know. The only thing I can just go off of what the scripture says is that all sins can be forgiven except for one. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I said, but I do know this though. Whenever you get them urges to take somebody's life, I guess just pray about it, man. Just pray. Ask God, ask Jesus to remove that from your heart, man. Take them thoughts away from you. Because I said, I know you ain't getting out. He got 3 life sentences. Now I said, you could just try to make the best of your situation, man. You ain't got to continue to be a foul person. Just because you was a killer yesterday and a foul person yesterday, that don't mean today you can't change. And I said, you do need to go get checked out too, man. You need to go talk to a counselor, a therapist up in here, man. Because you really have some real mental issues that's crazy. He said, hey, Donta, let me tell you something. I never told nobody, about all the killings that I did out there in the streets. But, I just feel like since I done told you this stuff, I'm always tell you everything else. I say, you know what? No, don't. I don't want you to tell me nothing. Anything that you done did out there that you ain't been convicted for, I don't want to know. Why? Because if later on down the road you done told somebody else what you telling me right now, or what you trying to tell me, I don't want you to forget that you done told somebody else, and then they come get you and take you back to court, and you get convicted for them crimes, and you're going to say, oh, the only person I told was Donta. He a rat. So don't tell me nothing else. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know. Right there, y'all, is a good piece of advice for anybody that's out there listening. When somebody trying to confide in you, unless you just a messy, gossiping person, if somebody trying to confide in you about a crime they committed or whatever they done did that they just confided in you in, and it can possibly cause some trouble, whether in the streets or in prison or whatever, in somebody's life, tell them, no, I don't want to hear it. Because the first time it get back to them and then they told somebody else or whatever, and they done forgot that they told somebody else, they gonna look right at you and blame you. This is why when cats call me on the phone and trying to gossip, it be like this, hey, Donta, man, blah, blah, blah. I say, oh, stop right there. Stop right there. I don't want to hear it. Have a good day. I don't want to hear it. Because a lot of cats, when they mad, they run their mouth and they say a lot and they talk a lot. And then they forgot about who they told it to. But, hey, that's just a little tip. So anyway, let's get back to the story. So I said, listen, bro, you have some real deep rooted, seated trauma. And you really gonna have to get that taken care of, man. You're gonna have to get help, man, for real, because what's gonna happen is it's just gonna keep eating you alive, man. It's gonna keep eating you alive, and you're gonna snap out, and you're gonna end up hurting somebody, or possibly taking somebody's life up in this prison, right? And you say, yeah, man, I know. I said, but I tell you what, though, if you ever need to talk again, or, you know, you feel like you need to vent, or you feel like, you know, the walls is closing in on you, man, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. And he was like, yeah, all right, bro. I'm finna start packing up. I said, yeah, you do that. You do that, homie. You do that. Listen, there's a lot of people out there that's dealing with depression, that's dealing with anxiety, that's dealing with a lot, you know, financial stability, mental stability, a lot of things. And y'all have to understand, man, at the core of all this, you know, you get chomos, pedos, you know, apists, dudes with these mental illnesses. Y'all gotta understand, man, everybody's brain is wired different. I used to wonder, like, what makes a man, a grown man, let's say a 30-year-old man, attracted to a 12-year-old girl or a 12-year-old boy? I just never could wrap my head around that. Like, what is the attraction there? Is it a physical attractive? Like, I just never could understood that. And then when you look on certain websites about offenders, and you see all these cats, so many thousands of dudes that be on these registries, and I be wondering, like, dang, so it's not a small amount of people that think like that. I mean, yeah, you can sift through the statistics and see, like, you know, maybe it's a demographic thing, but it's not. It's worldwide. And I don't know, man. It's like, have this stuff always happened? Have this stuff always existed? Is this just not a 21st century activity? Was this done in the ancient days where grown men was attracted to children? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like, you know, I talked to one of my homeboys, and one of my homeboys' kids got violated, got touched, right? They didn't get all the way touched, but his daughter got touched. And you know, long story short, dude went to jail or whatever. But, you know, he asked me, my homeboy was crying to me. He told me, like, man, Donta, I want to take this dude out this world, man. I don't want him to go to prison, man. I want to take him out. Like, and I'm like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. You know, he said, I wish every pedo in this world was wiped off the face of the earth, right? But then I thought about something. Y'all remember the story with like the book of Enoch and the flood and everything, when God wiped the world out with the flood? I'm just paraphrasing right now, but for the people that know, y'all know. In that flood, the giants got killed too, right? The Nephilim, the giants got killed too. But then they showed back up later on in the scriptures via David and Goliath. And Goliath had brothers that was giants too, right? So it's like, if you wipe all the chomos off the world, they're going to show up back again later in history. So that lets me know Because, I mean, God wiped the giants out in the flood, but yet they showed back up later on. So, I don't know, man, if this Chomo thing is a part of human psyche. I don't know if this is a demonic thing, a demonic spirit that have men be attracted to kids. I don't know.
If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care.
If you owe somebody in prison, make sure you pay them back. Because the alternative is you might end up having to pay with your ass.
Oh,
Let's get to the story
Go
time.
again. Oh, shit. Here we go again.
So I'm on a weight pile pushing 250 on a weight bench. And my homeboy Dino come over there. He like, yo, Donta, man, hey, you need to get back to the unit right now. I'm like, why? What's going on? He like, man, they just put some weird dude in your cell. I said, what? He was like, yeah, man, they put this black weird dude in your cell, man. You better hurry up and go. I said, man, hold up. So I'm on my last rep, so I hurry up and push it up, you know. My homeboy grab it, and I get up immediate, right? So I'm going through the hallways, and I hit the unit, right? Now, my cell was at the bottom on the first tier, at the bottom to the left. So I bail up in there. I see this tall, black, skinny dude right there, and I'm like, I said, hey, man, what's up? So he turned around, and I seen it all over his face. Do y'all remember Pookie from New Jack City? Yeah. It was literally him. Not Chris Rock, but Pookie. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So he turns around and he was like, oh, what's up, man? What's up? How you doing? And he put his hand out, right? So I'm looking at him. I was like, so who put you in here? He was like, the sergeant, this is 4A, right? I said, yeah. He was like, yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be at. I said, let me holler at you right quick. He like, well, what's going on? I said, you do drugs? He was like, no, I mean, I used to. I said, when did you stop doing drugs? Oh, I stopped doing drugs like maybe 3 months ago. I said, oh, okay, so what, you went through some classes or whatever, rehab? He was like, yeah, I'm good, I'm straight. I said, are you? He like, am I what? I'm like, are you like, you know what I mean? He was like, I don't understand. I'm like, are you gay, man? He was like, oh no, I'm not gay at all. No, I'm bisexual. I said, come again? He was like, you asked me was I gay? I'm not. I'm bisexual. I said, all right, look here. I don't know if you know me or not. I don't know if you ever heard of me, but I'm Donta. And he was like, ooh, okay. I said, you never heard of me, man? He was like, no, I never. Wait, Donta from the Terror Dome? I said, yeah. He was like, oh, that's you. Oh, you, man. I mean, it's like to meet you, man. You like a legend, man. You a legend. I said, look. That's cool, whatever. But check this out, bro. Since you get down in that way, you can't be in this cell, homie. You gonna have to, go to the control booth and let them know that you can't be in here. Just tell them you fear for your life, and don't put my name, because I don't want to get written up. Just say you got some issues with some people. He stopped. He said, hey, can I let me tell you something. Listen, man, I've been through a lot. I've been through a whole lot, man. And I get it. I know this is prison. I know you run everything here in this prison, but I can I stay here at least for a week, to get my head right, so that way I don't have to relapse. Because to be honest, Dante, man, you the only one that can kind of save me in here. So he kind of took me by surprise. I'm like, save you? Now, true enough, I did have a reputation out there in prison that if you was a weaker inmate or you got into some trouble with a gang or organization, me and my crew will offer you protection for a huge fee. And I'm thinking this is what he talking about. But no, he went on to say, if I can just stay in the cell with you for, a week or two, I can get my mind right. I can focus, and I don't have to worry about people trying to beat me up or people trying to take advantage of me. And, honestly, they got me on this new medication to combat me using drugs or whatever. And it makes me sleep really hard. And to be honest, you the only person, and I actually requested to go to your cell. And, the captain said that that's the best way I should be in there with you, so nobody can bother me, because I sleep really, really heavy when I take this medication. So I'm like, what you mean you sleep heavy? He was like, man, it's this side effect or whatever that, when I take this medication, I just sleep really hard, man. And you know how these guys are in here. So I was like, look, man, I'm going to let you stay in here for a couple days, but a whole week, he like, please, Dante, please, man, this is like a life and death situation. Please, can I just stay in here? Please. I said, look, man, I'll give you a week. He was like, all right, thank you, man. So I said, look, you got the top bunk. This is my rules in this cell. Don't have nobody in here. If you need something, ask. You see, I run the store, whatever. Don't steal from me. Don't take nothing from me. If you want something, just ask me for it. When I do a cook up, you welcome to it. Whatever you need, I got you. So he was like, man, that's cool, man. That's cool. I said, hey, man, let me ask you a question, bro. He was like, what's going on? I said, what did you do to get in here? Like, what did you do to get sent to prison? He was like, you really want to know? I said, yeah. He was like, well, I'm from Detroit. I said, Detroit? He was like, yeah. I said, what side of town are you from? He was like, from the east side. I said, I'm from the east side. He was like, where at? Off of Hamburg. I said, hold on, right next door to Barlow Street? He was like, yeah, that right there. I said, right down the street from Osborne High School, like right there. He was like, yeah, with the Dairy Queen and the Angelo's Coney Island right there. I said, dude, I stayed on Barlow Street. You right behind me on Hamburg. He was like, ain't that crazy? I said, what's your real name, man? Now, I'm not going to tell y'all what his real name is, right? Because I don't want to put his personal business out there. But when he said it, I was like, dog, I knew you looked familiar. I kept saying to myself, like, dude, look familiar, man. I said, dude, we grew up together somewhat back in elementary. You remember you went to Pulaski Elementary up the street way on the other side of Hamburg? He was like, don't you got an uncle named Daryl? I said, yeah. He said, oh, Dante, you got a sister named Tiffany? I said, yeah. I said, dog, look. So he like, man, now at this time, y'all, he got to tearing up. He like, we used to we used to play football and stuff together. You remember that? I said, yeah, man. He was like, where did y'all move to, man? Where did y'all move to? Because when y'all left, I didn't have no more friends, man, for a long time. I said, man, we moved to Atlanta, and then we moved to Flint. But, man, what happened to you, though, bro? He was like, man, long story short, so my uncle ended up moving in with us. And, you know, my mama was an alcoholic, and he just was beating us. He would beat us, just beat us. And, you know, my mama didn't really care at all. And, you know, I was just escaping by running away and, you know, drinking. So one day, my mama ended up, you know, I came to my mama and I told her, like, hey, so-and-so keep on, you know, beating us, and, you know, can you do something about it? And she threw me out the house. Like, just straight threw me out the house and told me never to come back. So, me being 11 years old, I'm out here, I'm hungry, I don't got no clothes, I'm just walking around, and this white guy pull up on me and say, you know, do I need a ride or anything? And, you know, it was cold outside, so I got in the car with him, and he asked me what I was doing out here, and I told him my mom threw me out, so he took me to Burger King, and he got me something to eat. Then he asked me, did I want some money? And I said, yeah. Then, well, I'm just going to tell you, that was my first time prostituting, and I just been a prostitute. I said, oh. I said, is that why you? He was like, yeah, that's how I became bisexual, because, you know, at that young age, I knew what sex was, but at the same time, you know, so yeah, I just been on the streets and making money, you know, with men and women. And then I started doing drugs, and, well, that's how I got here. I said, so you got sent to prison for prostitution? He said, no, I'll tell you exactly what happened. So basically, it was a guy, a married man I used to meet up with. And, you know, he was married. He had a wife and kids. And, you know, he just liked to do things on the side or whatever. So, you know, one time, the last time we messed around, he didn't want to pay me. So I told him, like, and he usually paid me $250. He only had $50, and, you know, he was stalling me out. And then one day, you know, I just kept pressing him and telling him, like, yo, I need my money or whatever. And he was like, come get it in blood. So when he told me that, I'm like, are you for real? Like, dude, you got a wife and kids. Like, you telling me to come get in the blood? Okay. So, you know, he said he went over there to the house, knocked on the door. The wife answered the door while he was sitting in the living room. And he was like, hey, I've been messing with your husband. You know, he came to the door. It was a big fight. They got to fighting. He said, yeah, he beat me up. He beat me up. But, you know, him and his wife was arguing too. So, I disrupted that whole household. I said, okay, so keep going. So he was like, so, you know, the guy was calling my phone, talking about he was going to kill me and do this and do that to me. And this went on for about 3 or 4 days. And then like a week went back, so he didn't say nothing. So I'm at the corner store like 2 weeks later, getting a bag of hot Cheetos and some sour Skittles. And he comes in the store, and, you know, he approached me like, you know, I left my wife, and, you know, I think that me and you got off at the wrong foot, and I want to reconnect. So he told him, like, yeah, I guess that's cool. We can meet up later on or whatever. So he said, let's meet up at the hotel. And so nevertheless, long story short, you know, he said he went to the hotel with him, and they ended up messing around. And then dude said he ain't gonna pay him. And he said they got to fighting or whatever, and the dude knocked him out, like knocked him out cold. And so he said he went to go get in the shower, and while dude was in the shower, he was going through his pants, and he seen a gun in there. And he said he just went in there and was like, hey, I need my money. And dude was like, man, you ain't gonna do nothing with that gun. Put that gun down before you hurt somebody. And he was like, I need my money. So he was like, man, if I get out the shower, I'm going to do something to you, man. Put the gun down. And he just said he shot. He said when he pulled the trigger, he shot the dude in the stomach. The dude was looking shocked. That he said, like, I'm going to kill you. He said as the dude trying to get out the tub, he just started squeezing. Bow, 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 bow. And dude hit the floor. So he said that he left out the bathroom. He sat on the bed and was just sitting there because he was in shock. He said, I ain't never killed nobody, Donta. I didn't know what to do. So I just sat on the bed and, I guess people from the hotel heard the gunshots. They called Detroit police. And, the police came in there. They seen me. They told me drop the gun. And I just put the gun down on the bed. And, they arrested me and took me on to the county. And, they gave me 40 years. So I'm here now. I said, oh, okay. I said, well, that's crazy, but yeah, man, you got a week. You got a week to be in here, and like I said, don't have nobody up in here. If I'm doing a cook up, you is welcome to it. Don't be in here doing no fruity stuff. You know what I'm talking about? When you in the cell, you a man. Don't have nobody in this cell. If you bring anybody in this cell, I'ma kill you. And he was like, for real? I said, yeah, I'ma kill you. Don't have nobody in my cell. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, I respect that. I won't. I said, yeah, all right, man, I'm gone. So I leave out the cell. And my homeboy Al rolled up. He was like, hey, who was Buddy in your cell? I said, man, that's my new cellie, man. I knew of him back in Detroit, when we was kids, whatever. And he was just telling me his story, how he got up in here, whatever. He was like, so what's the deal? He moving out? What's happening? I said, nah, I'm gonna let him stay in there for about a week. He talking about he take this medication that, knock him out, and, the sergeant and the captain want him to, be in my cell so nobody don't do nothing to him, whatever. He was like, ain't Buddy kind of, what I'm talking about? I said, yeah. He was like, okay, so why he ain't getting out of cell? I said, Al, I don't know, man. I ain't really got time to talk about it. Al was like, man, all right, D, all right. So I left out, right, and I go back to the day room. I go back to the yard to finish my workout. So I'll go hit the weight pile, right? I'm not out there but maybe 15 minutes, and the alarm started blaring. Right? So when they do that, wherever you at, you got to get on the ground immediately. If you don't get on the ground and they give you that third warning, you will get shot. You better hope it's a beanbag, or it might be a 22, right? So it happened. First warning, everybody get down, right? I get down because, I ain't, it ain't no reason for me to stand up. So I get down, my homies get down, everybody get down. I'm like, what's the heck going on? Right, so this go on for about 5 minutes and the alarm's cut off. So we trying to figure out, like, man, what happened? So we all go back in, right? And it was like, man, that gay dude got stabbed up. It don't dawn on me that they talking about my cellie, right? My new cellie, whatever. So I'm getting through, and I'm like, I see him on the stretcher, right? And his eyes rolled back to the back of his head. I knew he was gone. I knew his soul left. I done seen that look too many times in my life where somebody's eyes just glaze over, and that's it, man. Hopefully he accepted Jesus, Yeshua, as his Lord and Savior, because it was over for him. So I'm like, damn, that was my cellie or whatever. So I'm asking cats like, yo, what happened? So apparently when I left out the cell, right, there was 2 Crips that knew him from another prison. And he owed them drugs. He owed their gang from the other prison. Now, all the Crips doesn't stick together. There's different sets. There's different groups. You probably have 5 different Crip sets in one prison, and all of them is doing their own thing. You know what I'm talking about? So I guess he owed some Crip set in another prison some money, and they put the word out, and they found out that he was here at this prison, and they ran up on him, and they aired him out, right? I guess he was going to the law library for whatever reason. They got him in the corner, and they did him dirty. They did him greasy. So now I'm in my cell, and I'm just going through his stuff, y'all. So I'm reading his letters. Yeah, Donta was nosy. I mean, what he gonna do with him? He ain't, you know what I'm talking about? What he gonna do with the pictures and the letters and stuff? So I'm reading his letters or whatever, and here's the crazy thing, y'all. This dude had a picture of me, my sister, him, and this white kid in our neighborhood, right? And we was all on a jungle gym. And it was a picture of us young, like ages 5, 6 years old. And I'm just staring at the picture, and I'm like, damn.
If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care. So I'm like, did you just come out the shower with Peanut? He was like, oh no, it ain't what you think. I said, grab him, y'all, grab him. So I forced him to his knees. I said, yo, open his mouth, open his mouth. So then I pulled out the knife. I said, listen, if it's true, what I just heard, it's over. It's over. Open his mouth, y'all. Open his mouth. By no circumstances at all. I got zero tolerance. You do not talk to a punk. You don't eat with a punk. And you don't sleep with no punk. Do you understand? Do you understand? He was like, Donta, please, don't do this to me. Don't do it to me, man. It ain't what it look like. It don't look like what it seems. Please don't. No.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
This prison story right here is about my homeboy J Rock that could not shake these transsexuals. You know, in hindsight, now that I think about it, I should have known that it was something off with J Rock. So me and Al, we in the cell, right? And we discussed how we about to split this money up. So J Rock comes to the cell. He like, hey, Donta, we got another one. So I'm like, what you mean we got another one? He was like, man, there's somebody down there look like they got some money. So I said, Al, go check on that. So Al go with J Rock and they leave, right? So I'm divvying up the commissary, and next thing you know, Al come back. He like, man, that's a no-go. That's a no-go. I'm like, what you mean it's a no-go? He like, man, hey, I don't know what J Rock on, but man, that's a whole dude out there. So I'm like, I'm thinking in my head, like, what do he mean that's a whole dude out there? Because it's like, we are dudes here. What is he talking about? So I'm like, what you mean? He like, man, it's a whole, I guess a transsexual or something out there or whatever it is. I was like, what you mean? He's like, man, I don't know, but I don't want to even, I don't know. So I said, all right. So about 5 minutes later, J Rock come and he like, hey, Al, what's up with all that? And Al was like, what you mean? I told you we ain't messing with that. And J Rock was like, no, but man, he seemed like he got some money though. And so he was like, Donta, what's up? I said, hey, Al said we ain't messing with it. Ain't nothing else to talk about. Now, for those that don't know who Al is, Al was my second in command, right? Al was the guy that if I went to the hole, he would take care of the whole operation. Or if I had to go on a visit, or if I had to go to medical or whatever, if I was out of sight, out of mind, Al will be the one that step up and take over the whole operations, right? So usually if Al make a decision, I don't never supersede it because usually he make a good call on things. So, when J Rock looked at me, was like, hey, I said, hey man, Al already spoke. It is what it is. So he like, all right, man, all right. So he peeled off. So Al was like, yeah, Donta, he talking about, giving protection to that thing down there, whatever. And I was like, well, you already know what time it is. That's definitely ain't happening. Right now, let me give y'all a sidebar right quick, because I know a lot of y'all be talking about, oh, Donta always got something bad to say about them type of folks. No, it ain't that I got something bad to say about them type of folks. It's just that, in prison, birds of a feather flock together. And what that looked like, me offering protection services for people like that, that'll just put a big smear on my name and, our thing that we got going on up here. So, nah, that's out. So, anyway, I'm like, hey, Al, go check on J Rock, man, because he kind of moving funny. He was like, yeah, I know he is kind of moving funny. So Al leave out the cell, and it didn't take nothing but 15 seconds. Al peeled right back in. It was like, man, come to the tier right quick. And I said, all right. So then I get up and I get on the tier and I see him. J Rock is right there talking to it, right? So, and for those that don't know, the cat name was Peanut. He was a transsexual by the name Peanut or whatever. And I'm like, what? I said, man, this dude tripping. I said, hey, J Rock, hey, man. He like, what's up, D? I said, man, come here right quick. And he was like, all right, hold on. I was like, no, come here right now, right? He like, all right, hold on. So he peeled up the stairs. I'm like, hey, Jay, what's up with you, man? He like, what you mean, what's up? I said, why is you talking to homeboy like that? He like, oh, no, man, he from my city. He from our city, Donta. I said, okay, but, man, what is y'all talking about? He like, oh, no, man, he knows some of my people. I know some of his people, and I was just letting you know how things go in this dormitory. I said, all right, but, you need to watch that. You need to have one of the homies, go over there with you with that conversation, because you know how it is around here. Cats will be seeing y'all talking and thinking like it's something else going on, and that rule. One of the rules that I had established amongst me and my homeboys is that if you go do business with somebody, you have to bring somebody else with you to establish a witness, right? And especially, now listen, we could do business with them type of people, right? But in all cases, there always have to be somebody there as a witness, okay? So there won't be no misunderstandings, no funny business going on, because let me tell y'all, in prison, men gossip like women. They gossip like women. So you have to make sure that your P's and Q's and you got all your things crossed, because if not, you can end up in a situation. And I had a zero tolerance of that type of nefarious activities going on in my circle. So he like, all right, Donta, man, listen, respectfully, a homeboy from our city, and even though he is like that, I just want to lace him up to let him know who to, stay away from, and, who to deal with, who not to deal with. I said, I get all that, but you already know if dude rocking like that, that's just what it is, man. He on his own. So he said, all right, I feel that, but I got you. So I said, go get Tar T, because Tar T need to be down there anyway to see what's going on. So he was like, why Tar T got to come? I said, because that's just what it is. I'm like, wait a minute, why aren't you questioning me like that? He like, oh, no, it wasn't that, man. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm a grown man, and I don't really need nobody, shadowing me. I'm like, hey, listen, man, go get Tar T and let Tar T is going to hear the convo. And I just turned away and walked off, and then Al walked off. So he started going down the tier, talking a little loud, just enough for us to hear. It's like, man, I'm a grown man, Ain't nobody going to sit up there and try to tell me what I need to do. I'm a grown man, all this grown man talk, right? So Al like, hey, man, what's up with J-Rock? I said, man, I don't know. Dude is really tripping. He like, yeah, he is. So that day, nothing else really eventful actually happened. So the next day, right, we hit the yard, right? Now, typically, if a boy, which is, a gay guy, whatever, if a boy is already taken, 9 times out of 10, he's over there with his guy, right? And, or a lot of them boys like hang around each other like housewives or something, while they dudes is over there conducting their business or whatever they got going on. All the boys usually be grouped up, walking the track by themselves or whatever the case is. So, me and my homeboys, we right there, we hit the yard and we on the weight pile. So dude Peanut roll up on us, right? So let me just, show y'all the scene, paint the scenery. So you got me, Al, Tar T, Homicide, KD, and I think Jerry was over there, if I'm not sure. Jerry was over there too. And J-Rock. So I'm on a weight pile, and let me tell y'all this too right quick. Just in case for you youngins that might, I don't know if they still got weights in prison, whatever. But if you on the weight pile, right, make sure, please listen to me, make sure that there's no liquid substances on that weight pile. And I'm going to tell y'all why in the next video, but we going to leave that to something else. But anyway, so I'm down there and I'm laying on my back and I'm pushing the iron, right? Next thing you know, I hear, hey, man, you got to get up out of here. You got to get away from here. I just need to talk to J-Rock. So I pushed the iron up and my homeboy grabbed it and I lift up. I'm like, and I see it's Peanut, and Peanut trying to talk to J-Rock. And, Homicide like, hey, man, you got to get from around here, man. So he telling that to Peanut, and J-Rock like, oh, no, he good, man. We all from the same city. We good. He just need to holler about something. So then I got up instantly, right? And then all the homies got behind me. We started walking towards J-Rock and Peanut. And I said, hey, listen, you cannot conversate with us. You cannot be around us like that. If y'all gonna conversate, man, go over there and talk whatever. And make sure somebody go with you, because you ain't, get away from here, man. And he like, oh, it's like that? I said, yeah, it's like that. He like, okay. So J-Rock was like, hey, man, I'm going to holler at you later. I said, hey, J-Rock, come here right quick, man. I said, what's up with you? He like, what you mean, what's up? I said, yo, why you keep having this dude around, man? He like, no, man, he supposed to be getting word back to my family, to try to get some money on my books or whatever. I said, listen, J-Rock, I don't know what you got going on. I don't know how you know this dude or whatever, but you already know that we cannot conversate and, being around this cat like that, man, because you starting to make us look bad. He like, man, Donta, hey, listen, man, no disrespect, but I know how to program. And plus, man, I knew dude from the streets. I said, all right, well, keep it that way. He like, all right, man, whatever. So then he walked off. So then Al was like, hey, somebody go tag along with him, man. So next thing you know, Tar T go over there and he talking. I don't know what they talking about. I guess Tar T trying to, let J Rock know, like, yo, dog, whatever, you need to just chill, man, on that, whatever. Right? So now we're in the child hall. We're just gonna fast forward to the child hall, right? So the first table when you first walk in, right, is the GD table. The next table right there is the Crip table. The next table right there is the Woods. The next table right there is the Neutrons. The table that come back is the Others. And right there is our table right there. And then you got the table over here with the Hispanics. And then you got the table all the way in the back. And that's where the homosexuals sit at, right? So keep in mind, our table is on the left, in the back towards the left hand side, and our table like 3 tables away from the homos to the right. So it's so maybe five guys right here on one side and 5 guys right here. So maybe 10 people can sit at this table, right? So we all sitting down or whatever. Next thing you know, Peanut pulls up. Now, the way we was programming, if you were from Atlanta or you were from Detroit, because of me and my politics, what I had going on, this is the table that you sit at unless you're a part of an organization or a gang or whatever. So Peanut ended up rolling up. I guess this was Peanut's first time in the chow hall. I guess he didn't come to the chow hall the first day that he got here. So when he rolls up, everybody looking, because he right there, he looking around like, where do I supposed to sit at, right? So Peanut make his way towards us. So I give J Rock that look, like, get your homeboy. So J Rock, like he standing up and he like, hey, you gotta sit over there. And he like, why I gotta sit over there? I thought we supposed to sit at the same place. And I just balled my fist up and hit the table. I said, look, I ain't gonna say what I said, y'all, because, due to YouTube guidelines and things like that, I can't say what I said. But, I had some very choice words to Peanut. And I was just frustrated. I was upset because I'm like, yo, this dude keep trying to attach himself to us, right, through J Rock. So J Rock, like, yeah, you gotta sit over there, and Peanut, like, why I gotta sit over there? It just really irritated me when he said that. So I banged my hands on the table, right? And I stood up. I said, look, blah, 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 blah. You need to take your blah, 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 because that's where the blah, 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 blah sit, right? And he was like, you ain't gotta talk to me like that. You don't even know me like that, and all this and that. And I'm like, hey, man, don't talk to me. You better not say nothing else to me. And he just walked off, and he sat over there at the table, and he kept looking back at me, like poking his lip. You know how women be stick their lips out like with the duck lips and stuff? That's what he was doing, like turning his head and looking at me. I'm like, man, this dude finna get hurt up here. This dude finna get hurt. So he over there talking to, I guess, the other guys, the boys or whatever you want to call them. So I just lost my appetite, and I said, yeah, I'm out, man. So then I get up, and a couple of my homeboys get up with me too. We leave out, right? So about 10 minutes later, J Rock comes in the dormitory, and I'm standing at the door, and I'm like, hey, J Rock, come holler at me in the cell right quick. And he's like, well, what's up, DT? I said, come upstairs right quick. Let me holler at you in the cell. We go upstairs, right? He like, what's up? I said, man, what's up with you, man? He like, what you mean, what's up? I said, you on the yard with Peanut. If I wouldn't have said nothing, I think you would have let Peanut sit at the table. Like, what's up with you, man? He was like, oh no, man. Like I said, man, I know his people, I said, but listen, man, we already had an incident not too long ago with KB, and that right there it almost kind of made us look some type of way. And you know what I'm saying? And we don't need no more incidents like that. Cause it's, you know what I mean? He was like, yeah, but man, Peanut ain't even like that. I said, man, but dog, he like, man, I understand, man. I'm gonna cut it out. I said, all right, man. So J Rock leave out the cell. So he leave out, and I hear, you better not put your hands on me. So I peek my head out the cell, and this Peanut getting into it with this Crip, right? So I'm like, what the heck? So then I see J Rock in my peripheral, right, of my left peripheral, and he's running down the stairs. And he like, hey, he get like in between them and like, yo, hey man, y'all chill. So I'm scratching my head. So it's like two Crip dudes pull up, and Tar T. Now, if y'all know who Tar T was my Crip homeboy from Atlanta. So these two Crip dudes pulled up on J Rock. So it's three Crips, J Rock and Peanut, right? And then Tar T pulls up, right? And so then he like, hey man, Shawty, what's going on? So Peanut like, man, he trying to put his hands on me and all this and that, because I won't. And I'm not gonna say what he said, but what he said something very nefarious, right, towards the Crip. He basically tried to insinuate the Crip tried to do something to him in the shower the other night. So in my head, I'm thinking like, okay, that's Crip business. Ain't got nothing to do with me. But the better question is, what the heck J Rock doing down there? Why is J Rock getting in between this Crip and Peanut, right? So after that, you know, Tar T got to settle, you know, with J Rock and the Crip guy and all this and that. So after that, Peanut ended up checking in. He ended up checking into the hole because the Crips was like they was going to do something to him, and he felt some type of way, so he checked in the hole. Point being, now, I don't know if y'all seen the video with J Rock before where he really got exposed. When he came to me, it was like, yo, Donta, listen, man. Hey, I respect what y'all got going on in here. But, man, hey, this just me, and I'm going to be who I am. When he finally came out and told us the truth about who he was or whatever. Yeah. I should have known, man. There was signs. There were signs. And this is just one of them stories that I was just thinking about. And I said, yeah, J Rock always been like that. But anyway, y'all, we back to the story time. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button and share the video. And till next time. If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care. So I'm at the pawn shop, and this old white man come in. Now I'm over here trying to get an Xbox 360 controller, whatever. This white man come in there with a sack, and I'm looking, and he pull out some gold coins, right? And they all look the exact same. So I'm like, man, where the dude come with this treasure or whatever? So nevertheless, him and the pawn shop guy is negotiating the coins, and he telling the dude, like, I'll give you 10,000 per coin, right? And dude had at least maybe about 40, 50 coins. So you talking about $50,000. So I'm right here and I'm like, what? And the old white man like, nah, I 25,000 per coin. And the pawn shop owner like, no, I can't do it, man. I ain't got that type of money in here, man. So the old white man was like, well, I'll just come back later. He was like, no, man, I'll give you 10,000 per coin. So the old white man was like, nah, I'm good. I'll come back when you got the money. So he said, all right. So so the old white man walk out the pawn shop, and he go get in his car. So I'm like, you know what? Yeah, let me get this fool. So when I get outside, he already pulling off. Now at this time, y'all, I'm riding a bike, a mongoose bike, and against my better judgment, everything they say that God talked to you and he tell you not to do certain things, that little quiet voice before you do it. Well, I should have listened. So anyway, I get on the bike and my man is driving slow. Like he's like driving maybe 10 miles per hour and I'm on this bike, right? So I'm in my mind, I'm like, I'm gonna get this fool. I'm gonna get him. So I don't care how far we gotta go, I'm gonna get him. I mean, unless he get on the expressway or something like that. But he ended up turning, he made a right and went into this neighborhood. So I'm like, hold up. This dude is right here? So he's going down the street and I'm right behind him, y'all. I'm not like right behind him for him to look in the, the rear view mirror to see me or whatever. But I'm right there on him. And then he pulls into this driveway. So I said, wait a minute. This dude stayed like way down the street from my house. So I said, all right, bet. Now, he stayed, okay, I'm going to say maybe, about a half a mile from my house, right? So, I'm circling the block. I'm doing my research on him. I'm trying to see, do anybody live there with him? Do he got any dogs? Let me check out his neighbors. Everything was quiet. I go to his mailbox, open his mailbox up and see is it other people names on the mail or whatever. Just trying to get the feel of who all up in this house, whatever. So over the course of a week, I'm watching him, I'm on him, and he never comes out the house. Now, of course, I can't be there 24/7, but older white male, he ain't leaving out the house past 10 p.m. Or so I thought. Now, I decided to go ahead and break into the house, allegedly, y'all. I found out on Sundays he go to church I guess he leave the house at 9 a.m. and he comes back around 3 p.m. So I'm like, yo, that's plenty of time. Now, what I forgot to mention to y'all is this guy, the front of this dude's house doesn't have a door. He built his house or altered his house in such a way that, like, normally when you ride and pass a house, it got a front door or whatever. He don't have a front door at all. It's just house. You know what I'm saying? So I'm assuming the door is on the side of the house or in the back of the house. So nevertheless, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, Sunday, and I'm watching. And just like clockwork, he come out, get in his car, bag out, and he pull off and leave. So I wait till he get off the block and I go ahead and run up the driveway. So when I get there, I see a door right there and it's an armor guard door or whatever, but I see like the door is kind of cracked. Like the door. Okay, so you got the armor guard door right here. And then you got the, like the main door. Now that the main door is kind of cracked. So I'm thinking to myself, like, is somebody in there? Did he make a mistake and, leave that door cracked on a mistake or what? So my anxiety got to rising or whatever, because I'm like, okay, I'm here. I'm here now, so I might as well keep going. So I get to the door and I'm like, you know what? Let me yell in there and see if somebody in there. I'm just going to be like, hey, can I cut your grass or something like that or whatever. So I yell in there like, hello, is somebody in here? Hey, is somebody in here? There's no sounds. There's no movement. So I'm like, hey, is anybody in here? So nevertheless, I figure, okay, ain't nobody in here. Now, I had a book bag with me. I had a crowbar, I had a mallet, and I had one of them railroad spikes. That was my tools of choice to my trade. You know what I'm talking about? So I end up, putting that the spike right there and, hit it with the mallet and pop the door right open. So I just go in. Now, when I go into the house, of course, this is the back door. And let me tell you, okay, so when I got in there, it immediately goes to the basement. Like, there's no door. It should be a door right here to the left. I don't know if y'all know how certain Michigan houses look or whatever, but like if you go to the side door, you got the basement that go down the flight of stairs, or to the left or the right, about the left of you can go upstairs, and it normally be a kitchen or a dining room, but ain't nothing right there. It's like the whole house is cut off, so you can only go to the basement. So I'm like, all right, that's kind of weird. So I just go downstairs. Now, this basement is really cluttered. I'm talking about really, really cluttered. It's just boxes, a newspaper, clothes. It smell old down here. It really do. So I'm looking around. I'm like, man, this is some weird stuff. Now, I'm going to be real with y'all. Yeah, I was doing wrong. I was dead wrong for, breaking into this man's house, trying to steal his gold coins or whatever. But have you ever had this feeling where like 1,000 people was watching you? I felt that feeling like it was so many eyes on me, like so many people watching me. And I just felt like you need to go. I felt like at any moment somebody or something was just going to reach out and grab me. But I felt like, man, shit, I'm already in here, man. I'm already here. So I might as well just go ahead and find what I'm trying to get. But as I'm looking around in this basement, I'm noticing like, man, ain't no way if he got them coins down here, and I seen the little bag that he had in it, I'm like, I won't be able to find it. Even if he hid it down here, ain't no way I'm going to find that bag. No way. So I'm looking around, like moving couches, moving the couch pillows and, opening up cabinets. I'm not seeing it. Now, I do see some stairs over here that's leading up. So I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. Oh, I get it. These stairs must go upstairs. So I end up, going up the stairs and the door's locked. So I'm like, all right. So I just boof the door. Bam! I kick it 3 times and it flies open. Now I'm in the kitchen. Now, to my surprise, it's clean. When I say clean, it's very clean, like very neat. Like this house is prestigious clean, like pristine clean. So I'm looking around. I'm like, okay. So in my head, I'm thinking like, nah, I ain't even gonna check the cabinets and hear nothing, because I know he ain't got no gold in this kitchen. This kitchen is used. He probably eat, 1 piece of toast, 1 egg with a little salt and pepper in it, and probably drink coffee. That's it. That's the type of kitchen this look like, whatever. So I bounce up in the kitchen and, I bust a right. And when you bust a right, you got the choice to either go straight at what I'm assuming is the living room, which is the front of the house, or go to the left where there's 4 doors, to the left down the hall. So I just go in the living room. You remember I said the front of the house was like covered up? Now I see a door right there, but it's all covered up. So I'm like, oh, okay, so maybe he just did it like that, whatever, right? So now I hear a noise. I hear a car, right? And I hear the door close. So I hurry up and run to the side, back to the kitchen, where you can kind of see like the backyard. And it's him. Homeboy has came back. So I'm like, oh, shit. Now, at this time, y'all, I'm not going to say my age because it's not. The statute of limitation haven't passed on this. So I'm not going to give away too many details. But just know that I knew I could take him. I knew if this man confront me in a house, I know I could put hands on him and get up out of there, right? I had no intentions of killing this man. I was just going, push him down, what I'm talking about, and then run or whatever. But nevertheless, I end up, trying to go to the doors, the other doors down the hallway, and I'm trying to open the doors, but they locked. So I'm like, that's odd. Now the only door that was unlocked was the bathroom door, but this bathroom was small. Like it only had a toilet in there. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So now I'm thinking to myself, like, hold up. I know this motherfucker gonna know something off, when he get out the car and, come to the door, because he gonna know, like, damn, somebody popped my fucking armor guard door, right? So I'm thinking, like, you know what? I need to get back to that basement and just, I just need to get to that basement because I don't know if this man got a cell phone. He might call the police. I just need to get the fuck out this house. So I said, fuck it. So I leave out the bathroom, right? And I hear him walking up the stairs. So I'm like, all right, god dang. So I dip back into the bathroom and like close the door a little bit, but I have it cracked a little bit so I can see out. So I'm thinking in my head, I'm just playing these scenarios in my head like, okay, if he got a gun, I'm just going to bounce out on him and just, ram him against the wall and, take the gun from him and, run out of there. Or if he got a knife, same thing, I'm going to bounce out on him and just, do the same thing I was going to do with the gun or whatever. Or if he ain't got no weapon, I was just going to run out and just throw him down to the ground and, run. So nevertheless, I can pretty much tell where he's at in the house now, but he's not saying nothing. He ain't saying nothing. So he goes to the living room and he like, you could come out now. So I'm like, what? He was like, now I said what to myself. I didn't say it out loud. He said, you can come out now. So he was like, I'm not going to call the police. You just come out. So I opened the door, right? And now he's standing in the hallway looking right at me. And he was like, what are you doing in my house? I was like, I'm robbing you. He was like, what are you trying to get from me? I was like, I seen them gold coins that you had and I want them. It was like, well, all you had to ask, come on. And he went back toward the living room. So I'm like, what? No, man, this gotta be a setup, man. This fool probably about to do something to me. So I walk towards the living room and I don't see him. It's like this motherfucker disappeared. So I'm like, I'm scratching my head like, what the fuck? Where this white motherfucker go? Like, I've been in this living room already. It ain't nowhere he can hide. But when he got in there and he disappeared, I'm like, what the? So, you know when somebody take a swing at you and you feel that wind at the back of your head? You know what I'm talking about? So this motherfucker somehow, some way got behind me and he swung something. You know, I got like cat-like reflexes, whatever. So I ducked it and I spit around, right? This motherfucker is holding a bat, right? Not one of them long, you know, Louisville slugger bats, but a long bat or whatever, long wooden bat. Not a, you know, I'm talking about the wooden bats, but they're kind of short. So I swing this motherfucker and I duck it, right? And I boofed him. Like, y'all remember Goldberg from WCW? I basically Goldberg speared him, right? Bam. Now I'm pissed off. And yeah, I know I broke into this man's house and I deserve everything that I got, you know, or what could have happened to me. So I speared him and I said, motherfucker, you just tried to hit me in the fucking head with this bat? He like, don't hurt me. I said, man, where the motherfucking coins at? Where's the motherfucking coins at? He like, I don't, they're mine, you can't have them. I said, what? You gonna give me the motherfucking coins or I'm gonna kill you up in this motherfucker, man. Give me the coins. So I grabbed him by his shirt and I balled my fist up real tight. And he said, don't hurt me, just don't hurt me. I said, get up, let's go. I said, them coins in this room? Is these coins in the room? He like, no. So we get down the hall and I'm marching them down the hallway, right? You know, like when you get in trouble in school, when you was in kindergarten, first grade, your moms grab you by your collar. That's how I had them marching them down the hallway. Like I said, I'm not proud of what I did, y'all. I'm not. So I end up kicking the door, the first door, and boom, boom. Y'all hit the light. Ain't nothing in there. When I say ain't nothing in this room, it's nothing in this room at all. Nothing. I said, man, them gold coins in here? He like, no, it ain't nothing in there. I said, come on, man, let's go. Get to the next door. I kicked that door in. It ain't nothing in there. I'm like, is the coins in here? He like, no, it ain't. Now remember, y'all, it's the bathroom, which I already been into, and it's another room. So when we get to the last room, he said, don't open that door, please. Please. God, don't open this door. Don't open that door. I said, nah, man. Oh, so was it here, huh? He said, please do not open that door. Please. I'm begging you, don't open that door. Please. So I said, you know what? Boom. I kicked the door in, right? I'm going to tell y'all something. You don't know who's living amongst you. You have no idea. I want y'all to listen to me. You have no idea who is living in your neighborhood. When I kicked the door in, I don't know if my five senses activated to the highest maximum that it possibly can go. The smell hit me first. It was the smell that I remember clear as day first. The smell was like rotten garbage. You know, feces, pee, throw up, like the rawest smell that you could ever imagine. And then I see it. It was a light on in there, a dim light. There was a body, y'all, that was laying on the bed, decomposing. Now, keep in mind, y'all, I still got homeboy by his collar, and I hear him close the door. I said, what the fuck is this? What is this? What the fuck is going on? What is that? So he was like, that's my wife. That's my wife. I said, what? You killed your wife? He said, no, to be honest, you know, she passed away a couple months back, and, you know, I'm an old man, and I didn't want to be lonely, so I just never called the police. I said, you sick. You a sick motherfucker. Where's the coins at? Where is the fucking coins? He was like, there aren't no coins. I said, man, stop playing with me, man, before I kill you in here. He was like, it ain't no coins, man. It ain't none. I said, listen, man, you gonna give me the motherfucking coins, I'm gonna fuck you up right here in this hallway. He said, all right, come on, let's go. I'll give you the coins. I done grabbed them a little bit more, a little tighter, and I done shook them a little bit. So as we walking down the hallway, I said, man, you sick, man. You one sick motherfucker, man. So we get towards the kitchen, and we're going towards the basement. I said, you mean to tell me the coins is down here in the basement, man? He said, yeah, they're in the basement. I said, man, better not be no motherfucking funny business when we get down here. You try to pull anything, I'm gonna fuck you up, man. We get downstairs, right? So there's this door over here to the left, by the washing machine or whatever, that I didn't see for some odd reason when I first got down there. And he push it in, it opens up. When I get there, right, and I see the sack, and I just grab it. I grab the sack and I push him down to the floor and kick him. I kick him in his back. Then I run up the stairs and I haul all ass right down the driveway and down the street. I'm running. I ain't never ran this fast in my life, y'all. So I get to my house, right. I'm out of breath. I'm winded, and I'm just sitting there, right, on my couch, and I empty the bag. Why, y'all? It ain't shit in this bag but quarters. Quarters. Regular quarters that probably amounted to maybe $30, $40 at best. Not even that, maybe $20. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, now I'm zooming back, and I'm like, oh, he had a couple bags in there. I just grabbed it, my adrenaline was rushing, right? And I grabbed the wrong bag. I should have checked the bag. If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
The homies came in, they was like, yo, Donta, you all right? I said, yeah, I'm straight. What's going on? They said, hey, man, it's this dude in here talking about he a pastor, and, he talking about God and stuff. I'm like, okay, and they're like, no, he talking about he like a priest, a Catholic priest or something. So I'm like, okay, what? Now, at this time, y'all, I had a massive headache, so I really wasn't trying to hear nothing. So I'm like, yo, why y'all, what's up? They like, no, man, he down here talking like some crazy stuff. I'm like, what he saying? They like, he with the Catholic Church, and, he talking about, being gay ain't a sin and all this and that. And I said, what? It was like, yeah, that's what he down there saying. So I said, man, hold on, let me get up right quick. So I popped me 2 ibuprofens,
drunk some water from the sink, put my state boots on because you never know how this was going to go. And I end up leaving out the cell. So I go down there in the day room and I see him down there talking. You know, it's like 3 guys that's right there listening to him, like hanging on his words. Now, keep in mind, y'all, everybody know me as the Bible guy. You know, I was the guy that, you know, you would come to if you need like spiritual guidance, or if you had a question about the Bible, you know, you would come to me with that because everybody knew that Donta was well versed in the scriptures or whatever. So I'm over there and I'm listening to him, right? You know, me and my crew done rolled up on him and we just listening, and he looked right at me and I could tell something wasn't right. I could tell something was just like wrong about this guy. So as he talking, I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but I called him out on. I said, "Hey, was you telling, you know, these people that homosexuality isn't a crime? Homosexuality ain't no sin?" And he was like, "Yeah, I said that." I said, "Oh, really?" He said, "Yeah." And then I said, "So, is homosexuality an abomination?" Then he got quiet for a minute. Then he said, "Well, look, God loves every." I said, whoa, hold up. Is homosexuality an abomination? Yes or no? Then he said, "Well, listen, my brother, you can't." I said, hold up. Don't call me your brother. That's number one, because obviously we ain't brothers. And second, the scripture says, let your yes be yes and your no's be no's. So is homosexuality an abomination? Yes or no? And he was like, "Well, we're just going to agree not to agree." I said, "Okay, cool." I said, "Well, let me, I said, hold on, y'all, watch out. Let me work. I got this." So, you know, everybody start coming around because, you know, everybody like when Donta get into these debates with other religious type people or whatever, because they know how I bring it. And when I bring it real, I bring it raw. Matter of fact, do me a favor, y'all, before we go any further, just in case it may have slipped y'all mind. I'm not trying to push up on y'all, but I am pushing up on y'all, right, in a nice way. But I need for y'all to hit the like button for me just one time. Cause y'all been real slacking on that like button. Don't be talking about, oh, Donta begging again to hit the like button. No, come on, y'all, hit the like button and show your big partner some love. So anyway, I told him, watch out, you know. He stepped down. I said, all right, y'all come around, y'all. I got a story to tell y'all right quick, right? So I was like, imagine, I brought up the story about, you know, Abraham and Lot. I said, well, you know, God came to Abraham and told him his plans of what he was going to do to, you know, the sister cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And, you know, I told him, like, you know, so God was talking to Abraham and told him, like, listen, I'm going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And for those that don't know, Lot is Abraham's cousin, right? And Lot ended up settling into one of them cities or whatever. So God told Abraham, like, listen, you know, the wickedness and the homosexuality and the wickedness of these men's hearts is continuously evil, right? And I'm going to destroy it. And, you know, Abraham was like, okay, look, God, I understand what you said about, you know, the wickedness of these homosexuals or whatever. But if it's 100 men there, 100 people that is worthy, that are good, could you save them? And God said, listen, Abraham, if it's 100 men that's not wicked and that's worthy, I will spare. And then God said, but it ain't 100 men. And then we know the story. It got down to 50, to 20, to 10, then 5 to 1. And he said, there's nobody there worth saving, period. Right? So then Abraham went on his way. Now, word got to Lot some way, somehow. And 2 angels walked off with an angel of the Lord, right? 2 of the angels walked off and they end up getting to Sodom, right? And it was in the town square. So when Lot got word that they was at the town square, he hurried up And he went to the town square. It was like, yo, y'all need to come with me right now, immediately. And they like, no, we gonna stay here. And Lot, knowing how these homosexuals are in this town, in this city, he know like these some real crafty, vicious, terrible people, like for real. And they like, no, we gonna stay here. And he urged them strongly, like, no, y'all need to come with me right now. It kind of got me thinking, like, in the scary movies, with like in the Night of the Living Dead or whatever, when they say, yo, when the sun go down, we got no, not even Night of the Living Dead. There's a television show called From. Do y'all remember that? I watched all the seasons. I can't wait for the next season to come out. But there's a television show that's called From. I'll be watching it on Prime or whatever. And basically at nighttime, these monsters comes out, right? And they human monsters. They look weird. They look like they from like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s or whatever. And they come out and they tear you apart, like rip your rib cage open, do you bad, right? But they come out at nighttime, right? So this got me thinking about, what happened with Sodom and Gomorrah or whatever. So, Lot is telling them like, no, y'all need to come on, man. It's getting dark. Y'all out here in the middle of this town square, man. Hey, man, y'all need to come on me right now. So they agreed with him, and they end up going to, Lot's house. So when they get to Lot's house, they get a knock at the door. Lot like, yo, who that? And, they're like, yo, open the door, Lot. It's about 30, 40 men outside. All men. He like, what's up? They like, hey, man, hey, where them dudes at that was, at the town square? We heard that they here at your house, man. Tell them come outside. And Lot like, man, hey, y'all hold up, man. What y'all mean tell them come outside? They under my roof. They my guests, man. What do y'all mean? They're like, man, no, forget all that, man. Hey, tell them dudes to come outside so we can have sex with them. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to what I said. They didn't say, yo, we want to just make sure that these guys ain't spies from a different kingdom. They said, tell them men to come outside so we can penetrate them. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Do y'all see the evil and the wickedness that was in these men's hearts? And this is what I'm telling the guys right there in the dormitory with this Catholic priest is sitting there, right? So I said, so then, Lot like, no, man, I'm not doing that. What's wrong with y'all? It got so bad that Lot said, listen, y'all, please don't do this. Matter of fact, I'll give y'all my 2 virgin daughters, right? For y'all not to harm these 2 men that I got under my roof, right? And they said, no, we don't want them women. We don't want them women. We want the men. That right there should show you the wickedness, the hatred that was inside these men's hearts, right? That they said that they rather lay with 2 men than 2 virgin women. That just right there shows the evil that was inside of these men, right? So nevertheless, they was pushing up on the door and they weren't trying to hear it. They lust, they evil consumed them, and they tried to push in the door, but then one of the angels grabbed Lot in the house, right? And he like did something magical, something supernatural that the men they couldn't find the front door. They couldn't get in that house. And they were so determined they didn't leave. They stayed for hours. And the only thing that was keeping them going, that had them fueling to get in that house, was to lay with these 2 men. Now, if y'all don't think that that's crazy, and y'all don't think that God, and this is why God did what he did. This is why he rained fire and brimstone on Sodom and Gomorrah. See, what y'all got to understand is Sodom and Gomorrah was 2 separate cities, right? But equally And the biggest thing that was going on in these two cities was homosexuality. That the men was just so wicked and so proud and so beastly. You know, they was see, with the homosexuality thing, it's a lot of things that's rooted with that homosexuality thing, because they was practicing bestiality. They was practicing pedophilia, all that, which is a linkage to homosexuality. So all these things was going on, all these abominational things was going on, that God said, yo, enough is enough. Enough is enough. So, you know, I end up ending the story right there. You know, the priest sat there for a minute, and I said, okay, so you got a rebuttal for that? And he was like, you know, I don't. I said, come again? Now, at this time, everybody looking at him crazy, like, what you mean you don't? He was like, you know, you're right. You're right. What's your name again? I said, my name Donta, man. He said, okay, brother Donta. Yeah, you right. Yeah, homosexuality is, now that you put it that way, I didn't even think about it that way. I said, hold on, time out. Because I got to feel it some type of way. And I didn't want to put him on blast in front of everybody, which I should have, but I'm not. I'm going to reserve that for myself for why I said what I just said. But I pulled him to the side and we went over here by the stairs. And I said, what you in here for, man? He was like, well, you know, God already absolved me of all my sins. I said, but what you in here for? He said, man, well, okay, so basically, you know, I was tutoring this boy, and, you know, they accused me, and I just took off on them. I stole off on them because I already knew what it was going. I just took off on them. Beep, 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 beep. And when I stole on them, you know, Tarty popped up, Homicide, Jerry, they ran over there, and, you know, we packed them out right there under the stairwell. Let me tell y'all something. Whenever somebody come to the pen and they want to start off talking about, oh, you know, I didn't know, or when they started off talking about a kid being involved or whatever, and, you know, looking at the history of the Catholic Church and him being a priest, nah, I ain't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear no more of it. Right? So we packed him out, left him right there, went in his room, took everything that he had. Right? He was knocked out for about 15 minutes. Then he got up, slow at first. Right? And then he got to yelling, God, please help me. Help me, God, please. Help me. Help. Right? And everybody just looking like, man, what's up with this dude, man? So then the guard came in like, man, what's up? What's going on, man? Help me. Get me out of here. They just attacked me. They attacked me. Look at my face. Look at my... Yeah, we did them bad. We definitely did them bad. But y'all got to understand, you know, once you violate a child is helpless. And I hate that these so-called men of the cloth, you know, they hide behind that cloth when they got these sexual perversions and these deviant activities and these nefarious things that's inside of them. It's like, if you are going to be a man of the cloth, now I know everybody ain't perfect, but goddamn, you know, you can't be a practicing homosexual and being a man of the cloth. That's a contradiction. It's a huge contradiction. And like I said, it's like when you hurt a child and then you want to hide behind the cloth
See, the scriptures tell us that it's best that a man put a chain and a boulder around his neck and throw himself into the deep parts of the ocean if you violate a child. So when you look at the optics of this whole situation, this guy, this creep, put on a cloth and hid behind God to get into these homes to mentor these children. And parents out there, y'all, I want y'all to pay attention to me right quick. Listen to your homeboy. Listen to your big partner Donta right quick. It's a shame that we can't trust strangers, let alone even people in our families. You know what I mean? It's like everybody's suspect at this point. These people that's supposed to be our leaders, these people that's supposed to have our best interests, the child's interests, it's like letting the fox in the hen house. Violators. And this is why so many homosexuals, you know, they turn out the way that they turn out, because these violators be violating them as children, and they don't get the help that they need. They don't get the counseling they need. They don't get the therapy that they need. But then again, they say hurt people, right? And I guess what me and my homies did, I guess we was hurting. So we have to put a hurting on him for hurting that child. Now, again, y'all, if you are a person out there that is battling with homosexuality, understand this. You got to treat it like somebody that is an alcoholic or a drug addict. And let me break that down for y'all for a little bit. Y'all stay with me. Hold on. I got y'all. If you're a person out there that's dealing with homosexuality, you got to treat it like a drug addict or an alcoholic, right? Meaning, think about what Christ did after he got baptized by John the Baptist. After he got baptized, he went away for 40 days and 40 nights. He got away from everybody. He got away from his disciples. He got away from the crowds. He went into the wilderness. He had to separate himself from everybody, right? So when I say you got to separate yourself, for anybody that's out there dealing with homosexuality, stop going to them gay clubs, right? Get off of Grindr and these other hookup spots for, you know, that type of nefarious activities. You know, stop watching the movies. Stop. You know, you got to cut them guys off that's indulging in them activities. You know what I'm saying? You got to separate yourself from these people. Because how you going to get away from that and be delivered from that if you always around it? If all you doing is listening to this stuff and watching this stuff? Don't y'all know that the eyes to the soul, your eyes, what you know that thing that's saying, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil? You cannot keep watching the stuff that you be watching, right? That's dealing with homosexuality. You cannot be consuming these things. You cannot be listening to these things. You got to separate yourself like Jesus did when he went into the wilderness. You got to stop going to them gay clubs. You got to cut your friends off that's rocking and rolling like that. You know, you have to go through it. You got to go through that trial. You got to go through that fire to be delivered. Same as an alcoholic and a drug addict. If you're an alcoholic, stay away from that drink. Stay away from other alcoholics. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Just the other day, man, I was riding through Detroit, right? It's right there on Gratiot, the corner store right there. Across the street from Osborne High School. No cap. I seen maybe 3 women and maybe 5 men, and they all got bottles of alcohol. The bumpy face gin. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That cheap stuff. That as soon as you know, just the $4.37 bottles. You know what I mean? And they all just drinking, just drinking. It's cold outside. Y'all remember how cold it was not too long ago? It was cold, right? My point is, if you want to get better, you got to separate yourself from these people that's indulging in the same things that you indulging in. You got to. You just got to. Hey, listen, y'all. I'm not trying to, condemn nobody. I'm not trying to convert nobody, anything like that. But, there's a lot of people out here that's hurting. There's a lot of people that's out here accepting they sin. When they say live your truth, be you. Nah, that ain't you. That ain't you. That's you living a lie. And, like I said, man, y'all got my number, man. If somebody need counseling or some type of therapy or just need to, talk to me and get an understanding about how to get delivered from whatever thing you got going on with you, I'm here. You can call me. We can talk. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm here. I know my purpose in life. I got a big mouth, right? I got a big mouth. And, I tell y'all these prison stories and, let y'all know what's going on in the neighborhoods and stuff. But, I'm here to educate and entertain also. Let me say that again. I'm here to educate and entertain. But then I noticed that, what's the part of educating and entertaining if people's souls are in jeopardy? I give y'all the education part about these things. But what about the part where people's souls are in mortal danger of the hellfire? That's why I cannot rock with that movement when they say, love is love. Because when they say love is love, what they really mean is lust and then free sex. That's what they really saying. Because love is kind. Love is patient. Love don't record wrongdoing. You understand? So when they holler out this old BU and YOLO, you only live once. People that say that don't give a damn about you. You want me to continue to destroy myself? You want me to continue? Don't y'all know, with careless sex comes HIV and AIDS? Do y'all know that? When you want to YOLO, you only live once. When you be you, do you. Alistair Crossley said, do as you will. And that whole movement that they out here pushing, do as you will, ain't gonna get you nothing but. See, here's the funny thing. A lot of these people get out here and want to push that agenda, which I'm not even gonna mention, right? But when them people get home by themselves and they got to deal with themselves, and when they look in the mirror and all they can do is cry, and they contemplate of taking themselves out permanently, because when all the smoke and mirrors go away and the circus leave the town, it's just you with you. They say your biggest enemy is you. You can't lie to yourself, right? Let me ask y'all a question, and I could be wrong. Ain't it a sin to live backwards? Let me say, hold on. Give me a second, y'all. But ain't it a sin to live backwards? They like, yo, Donta, where you going with this? It's a sin to live backwards. I mean, how this guy, look, we all know wrong is wrong and right is right, right? There's no thin line. You can't mix the two. Let your yes be yes and your no it is no. Because anything outside of that is of the devil. So when I asked this so-called priest, this so-called man of God that I had to put hands on, right, for violating the child, when I asked him, was homosexuality an abomination, he couldn't say yes or no. He kept trying to divert. And that's why I had to hit him with that Sodom and Gomorrah story. So when I said, ain't it a sin to live backwards? Well, you supposed to be this man of God, the man of the cloth. When you attracted to children, ain't it a sin to live backwards? When you put on this cloth, that means you try to be the most purest human being that you possibly can be. To get out here, because these are souls interacting with souls. These are human beings
interacting with human beings. When you're supposed to be a man of the cloth, you're supposed to come with some type of healing, some type of fulfillment to build these broken humans, not continue to break these humans with your sexual deviancies, looking at these children as delicacies. That ain't nothing but evil, wickedness. Hey, listen, y'all. I don't give a damn if y'all don't like me. That's cool. I don't even like myself sometimes. But I tell y'all this, though. One of my biggest fears when I was reading a good book, one of my biggest fears that I see come into play right now is there's a passage in Revelations where it says that there's going to be a great falling away. I didn't really understand that. I mean, I get the concept, like, a lot of people going to leave the faith, but, it's becoming clear. I mean, if you really think about it, this world is getting more godless, or maybe America is becoming more and more godless. But there's going to be a great falling away. And, when I was thinking about the aliens and all that, I said, okay, here's a theory. Maybe when these so-called aliens arrive, they're going to say, yo, we the one sent Jesus here. And, y'all took the gospel and manipulated the wrong way or interpreted the wrong way, but we really engineered y'all and, we y'all saviors. And, I always thought, well, maybe that would be the reason why people will start falling away from the faith. But nah, I don't even think it's that no more. On the real, y'all want me to be real? On the real, it's just a theory. But, and I'm not joking when I say that. I'm dead serious. I think Satan is a homosexual. Yeah. Think about that. Think about it. I think I was locked up at the time when the Catholic Church actually, was putting up the rainbow flags. And I was like, what? How did they infiltrate What? Okay. And then it hit me. I said, for that to be sanctioned, had to come all the way from the top. And then it dawned on me. Now, I had my gripes about the Catholic Church. I mean, the Catholic Church have done great things in the world, but they also have did a lot of wicked things too. But this one right here, nah. That's when I realized, I said, yo, we are living in some strange times. Is this the end time? I don't know, y'all. Because only God knows the exact second and time and date of the, when that clock starts. But Jesus did also tell us that there's going to be signs of the end times or whatever. But y'all let me know in the comment section if y'all want me to make a video about. Matter of fact, y'all let me know in the comment section. Do y'all like when I do these Bible talks? And am I just running my mouth and y'all not interested? Let me know in the comment section. Matter of fact, let's put Bible talks in the comment section to let me know if this is what y'all really want. Because I can go deep, pause. I definitely can go deep into this. But we'll say that for another video. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button and share this video. If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care. right, y'all. We gonna get to the story, but I want to let people in on something right quick. I just left the gas station and I seen this black woman pushing her car. Right now, I was about to get out and hop out to help her, but then I seen a truck full of young white cats. So they like a couple of pumps. I'm at the gas station. They a couple of pumps closer to her than I am. So I get out the car and I'm just sitting there. They don't see me because I was in my truck. Y'all know my truck is dark and tinted windows dark, and you can't see me on the other side. So I'm just looking at this black woman push her truck with her car, and I see the couple young white cats. They look like they about 20, 21, 22, and there's 5 of them. And they watching her do this. So I'm looking like, let me just sit here and see what they gonna do. So they actually all get out the car and they head over there and they help the woman push the car to the side. The reason why I bring that up before I give y'all this crazy story is because we should not judge people by the way that they look. We shouldn't judge people off of their color. Now, these young white cats, and salute, shout out to them young white cats that I'm talking about. Salute to them, because they didn't have to do that. And the way that they looked at, I'm gonna be real, y'all. They had skinheads. They looked like the racist type. I ain't gonna hold y'all. They did, but their interactions was honorable. So that's why I brought that up. But just people start treating each other right. Okay, we got to stop judging each other on the way that we look. So anyway, let's get to the story. Now, y'all know I tell, y'all can write me, y'all can email me stories about what's going on in your life or what have happened in your life. I had somebody that emailed me something very disturbing. So I asked, I'm not telling y'all the person name or where they from or anything, okay? But I'm going to read to y'all what this person wrote to me. And I want y'all to give me your honest opinion about, do y'all think this dude is guilty or do y'all think this dude is innocent? Alright, let me see, where is it at? And by the way, y'all, the reason why I'm not showing my face right now, because I'm actually shooting the movie, okay? I'm going through a transformation, like a face transformation right now, and I can't, you know what I'm saying? So I'm shooting a movie, I'm shooting some scenes, I have to do a face transformation and all that right now. So this is why I'm not showing my face. Alright, so here you go. Alright, let's see. Okay, this cat said, "Hello Dante, I am a subscriber to your channel and I want to know your opinion on something. When I was on vacation overseas, I met 2 guys who asked me if I like adult videos, so I said yes. They were 2 black guys, one was from Trinidad and the other one was from Texas. They sent me a big file and it had all type of, adult content on there. I saw some of it, but I didn't check all of it out. When I came back into the U.S., I got searched in customs, and the stuff that they sent me was some bad things, including things with kids. When the officers showed it to me, my heart was broken and tears started filling my eyes. The first day I went to court, they made me look like a monster and told me if I was released, I can't go back to my home state and that I was a flight risk and a threat to the community. I wanted to cry, but I didn't want to show weakness to the other inmates. I was in a medical dorm and I'm a disabled veteran. I knew I'd get into fights if I said what my charges were, but I told them and they told me my charges were nothing like theirs. Most were there for the hard R word and kidnapping.
One dude told me that me being a veteran and my first time in trouble, it would go easier for me. Well, on day 31, when I went to court, and it was like I was in the twilight zone because my attorney spoke for me and pleaded for me to get out. The judge agreed, and so did the prosecutor. I was shocked because on TV they're usually against you, but she said there's no witnesses or victim, and that I never met or talked to a minor, but I want him to stay in his home state, turn in his passport, and have his phone monitored. This was last year in June. So my attorney goes to court for me. He asks what I want in a negotiation, and I said I don't want to register, and I'll take probation. He didn't say anything and just said, okay, we are working on it. Dante, do you think that I will be okay? I asked him what's my worst case scenario, and he said 2 to 2.5 years in prison, but not to worry about that. Do you think I'll be okay? It just shocks me how the judge and prosecutor agreed to let me out. Also, he told me to stay out of trouble and don't do anything else. I just go to my VA appointments and talk to my wife and children. I wish I never met those guys. Also, I show great remorse too because this really affected my family, but I just want to know your thoughts. Thank you for this, Dante. I love your content. Alright, so if you are listening to this video right now, for the cat that wrote me this, it's like this. Well, before we do that, everybody in the comment section, I'm gonna give y'all, I'm gonna sum up what happened. So this dude was overseas. He ran into 2 other cats. They asked him, did he like adult content? He said yeah, so they sent him a big file, and it was a lot of adult content on there. He said he looked through it, but he didn't look at everything. When he got back into the States, here back in America, Customs went through his phone, and they found some things that you should not be watching when it's pertaining to kids. And so he ended up getting locked up. He was locked up for like 31 days in the county. And he basically want to know what's going to happen to him. Now, those are the facts right there of what was told to me, y'all. So, y'all let me know in the comment section, do y'all believe him? Is he innocent or is he guilty? Now, as far as the advice goes, depending on where you at, like I said, nowadays, they are going in it, they are going very soft on people that got bad charges. So, depending on what state you in, you probably just get, I don't know, man. It just really depends, because I don't know the exact charges that you got. You know, I don't know your exact charges. But, of what you telling me, it just depends on what state you in. And, but I can tell you this, though. If you do have to do prison time, I'm just going to be real with you. If you don't go into protective custody, or they put you in a place where there's other cats that got bad charges like you got, you off the rip, off rip, is gonna, you gonna get extorted. Like if you can't fight and you, I'm not trying to call you soft, but if you ain't willing to fight and stand up for yourself, and especially if you are telling the truth and you are innocent, they in prison, they don't really care if you innocent or not when it comes to, you know, having bad charges. But if you are innocent, you just gonna have to either go into protective custody, or you just gonna have to stand tall and, you know, get you a piece of steel and handle your business. And yeah, you gonna end up getting more time if you get caught putting in that work. But it's prison. You know, going in there, you got bad charges. So going in there, ain't nobody gonna show you no love
like show you the ropes or anything. I don't. You didn't leave me your age in there, but ain't nobody gonna show you no love or show you the ropes because of them charges. And like I said, I don't know if you did it or not, but at the same time, it's like, yo, prison is prison. The only thing I can say to you is get into protective custody. Keep your head down. Don't tell nobody your charges. If you built like that and you gonna stand on what you stand on, you're gonna have to get you a piece of steel. And if it comes out what you in there for, you're gonna have to put that work in and let it be known. Like, okay, I'm in here for this. I didn't do it, but ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me. And if y'all try to do something to me, this is what's gonna come with that. But I don't think, and like I said, I don't know you personally, but I don't think that, based off, what you get locked up for, and you writing me that, I'm pretty sure you ain't never been locked up before. So I'm pretty sure you not gonna go in there on that, on that type of time, like, hey, I'm innocent, and, I know cats in here got bad charges, but I'm not one of them, and I'm innocent, so whatever comes with it, comes with it. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know where you at. I don't know what prison you might be going to, and like I said, you of nowadays, you probably don't even go to prison, to be real with you, because like I said, they done got real relaxed on them laws. So it's like me only hearing your side of it, and I don't got the full case and your direct charges of what you getting charged with. I can't really tell you. Only can just go off what your lawyer told you, and you probably just get probation. But at best, of course they're gonna come with a plea deal, but as far as that registration go, being a registered, that might come with it, but it just all depends what happens in that plea deal. So if I don't know, but here's the thing, it's like and I'm gonna be real. It's like I don't know you, right? But I did put it out there for people to contact me, with y'all stories and what's my opinion, and I just got to be real with you. When it comes to bad charges, I don't really like to talk about it, because when I was locked up, if you came in there on bad charges and I felt some type of way about it, then you would have had to pay me. You would have had to give me a couple of soups every week. Well, not a couple. It would have been a mandatory 5 soups, 5 honey buns, 5 sodas, envelope stamps. Every time it's commissary, I got a list for you. And if my list ain't filled exactly the way I need to be filled, then it's going to be a problem, like a physical problem. So, but hey, it is what it is. It's just that's what happens in prison. That what comes with it. Most cats that come in there talking about they innocent, it be an overwhelming amount of proof that they did it. For you to get convicted for them cats that get convicted on a lot of them bad charges, it be an overwhelming amount of proof that they did it. Most of them cats, like 99% of them cats, say they innocent. So when it comes to, I guess for the future, I don't know if I handle this response well, but I just got to keep it real. For anybody else that email me or write me and want me to tell their story and give my opinion, just have caution if you got bad charges, because I'm one of them. I'm one of them. I'm for the kids. I'm for the women. And I know sometimes people get caught up. I know that,
You know, I know sometimes that people lie on people. I get that. But like I said, in prison, ain't nobody trying to hear that. If this what you went here for, this is just what it is. You know, you got to accept what comes with that. And what comes with that is getting beat up, extorted, and sometimes your manhood could get taken. If you got some type of inmates in there that's on some freaky stuff and feel like they use your bad charges as an excuse to go up in you. So, you know, if you innocent, you know, hopefully they just dismiss it. But if you're guilty, hey, God be with you. And again, y'all let me know how y'all feel about this video. And with that, I'm out.
If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care.
Get into the house, he goes straight to the refrigerator. So he go to the garbage, and lo and behold, he see all the chicken bones, right? Granddad, he said, Granddad, why the F would you do that? That was my S, the S word. I can't cuss on here. Granddad had two shots, y'all, in the back of the head. Dead man can't tell no tales, right?
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
This prison story is about when my homeboy Rodney got locked up for his granddaddy over some hot wings. Before we go on with this, yeah, that's right. His granddaddy over hot wings. Before we go further, y'all already know what time it is. I need for y'all to do me a favor, okay? Just in case if I'm skateboarding, right? Peep the scene. Just in case if I'm skateboarding in your country, your state, your city, your town, right? Or your street. And my skateboard end up breaking in half. And I need to crash on one of y'all couch. I need to know for sure that y'all allow me to come lay on your couch. So put your city, your state, or your country in the comment section, okay? And don't forget to hit the like button. Now, before we go on, also with this story, y'all know I always give y'all these side quests. Just hold up, we finna get to the prison story. Chill out, right? So before we go on, listen. Me and a couple of associates are doing some debates online, right? Right now, we doing the debate about Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees. I'm gonna have the link to part 1 and part 2 pinned at the top of the comment section. If you want to be a guest on my show, right, and get into these debates, make sure y'all contact me, all right? My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section, okay? Just shoot me a text. Do not call me unless you want me to promote your business, your product, or social media channel. But we'll get to that at the end of this video. But my contact information will be at the top of the comment section. So now we can finally get to it. So, and one more other thing, man. Shout out to Flint, Michigan. Shout out to Flint, Michigan. That great 810. Shout out to Flint, Michigan. Right? Now let's get to it. So I'm in the day room, right? and me and Al is playing tunk, right? Bam, bam, right? I done caught Al with a 49-50, 2 times in a row, right? What? 3 kings, a queen, and a 9. Bam, 49-50, automatic game, right? We playing for ramen noodles, right, and soups, right? I'm whooping Al. Bam, bam, boom, I'm dropping. Boom, 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 I'm dropping. Y'all know it's Tuesday, so you know we get brand new inmates to come in, right? So, you know, the guys come in, it's 4 guys. It's 2 black dudes and 2 white dudes. And the first person that I see is Rodney. Now, Rodney was my dog back in middle school. I went to Holmes Middle School, and I also went to Dolan, right, out there in Beecher, right? Rodney was my dog at Holmes, man. We used to get into a lot of mischief. We used to, hold on, y'all. If somebody bumping their tunes right now, driving down my street, next time I'll call the police. Cause shoot, don't be bumping that gangster music on my street. I'm the only one that can bump gangster music on my street. Shoot. Anyway, you know, Rodney was my dog. You know, me and Rodney got into a lot of mischief. Me and Rodney, look, one of the things that me and Rodney used to do, and yeah, I was real childish growing up. I was real childish. So what me and Rodney would do, right, there be a class door that's open, and either Rodney will walk past it first, or I walk past it, and then the second guy will come and slam the door real loud, like boom, right? And we'd just take off running down the hallway, right? Dang, it's so much noise. Y'all hear that? Dang, look, I like doing videos outside, but it just be so much distractions. God damn, but hey, it is what it is. But anyway, that's what me and Rodney would do, man. We was real childish, man. We'd act like we about to do a fake fight. You know, we'll be just arguing real loud in the hallway. You know what I'm saying? Act like we about to fight. Like, man, F you. I'll beat your way, man. Scrap, right? And then we'd take off running when, you know, a teacher come out or whatever. Rodney, on the last day of school, or maybe it was the day before. It might was the day before, of the last day of school. Rodney came to school with this black trench coat on, y'all. And it had to have been towards the end of the day. I think right after lunch, right after sea lunch, right? He came in and he had this black trench coat on. Now, when he had that on, in my head, I'm thinking Rodney about to shoot the school up, right? Because I never seen no black dude dressed in no all black trench coat. But you know, black people don't shoot up schools. So next thing you know, I said, "What you doing?" And he opened his coat up and he had a big drum of firecrackers, right? Y'all know I think it's like 100 round or 500 round of firecrackers that want to go pop, 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 like in a circle. He had one of them, right? And I'm looking at him like, what the heck? So he flicked it, and then threw it. I took off, right? And he took off out the school. Pop, 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 pop. The whole hallways was covered in smoke, man. They had to evacuate the school. Long story short, he ended up going to juvenile for a year for that. And then I heard about him at the years because I ended up moving to Atlanta. I think that summer when school was out, we went to Atlanta. Yeah, we went to Atlanta. That summer, yeah. So I would hear things about him throughout the years or whatever, you know, him getting in trouble or whatever. And then, you know, years passed and I never heard nothing about him. So now we here in prison, right? So now he come in and I'm like, Rodney, right? And he looked, he said, oh, my Donta, what, Donta? But I push up off the table and I'm like, man, what's up, Rodney? What's good, man? He said, man, ain't sure, man. Hey, where you been at, bro? Man, look at you, man. You all swole. I said, yeah, I've been out here putting in that work, baby. He said, I said, hold on. I said, wait. You ain't in here on no funny charges, right? He said, come on, man. Come on, man. This me. This me, man. Man, come on, man. You already know. I said, all right, bet. So I said, man, what happened? What you do? He said, man, I smoked the fool. I said, you smoked the fool? He said, man, I put down on it for real. I said, oh, okay. I said, what was like some gang type stuff? And I haven't seen Rodney in, dang, I got locked up when I was 24, y'all. The first time I got locked up when I was 24. I ain't see Rodney. I see Rodney when I was 25. So I was 13 in the 8th grade, I believe. So 10 make me 23. I ain't seen Rodney like in 11, 12 years, y'all. So I'm like, what happened, Rodney? He like, man, I'll tell you in a minute. I said, nah, man, what's up? Tell me what's happening. So he like, all right, hold on, let me put my stuff up. Let's come in the cell. So I pimp over there, we go in the cell, right? He putting the stuff up. I'm like, what happened, Rodney? He said, all right, look, so basically, have y'all ever heard of American Deli? And they got them all across the South, but and they got them in Atlanta. Where I was at was in Covington, Georgia. So let me rephrase that. When I tell y'all that I went to Atlanta, I didn't actually go to the city of Atlanta. I went to the outskirts. You know, I lived in Covington, Georgia. I stayed in Conyers, Georgia. I stayed in Stone Mountain. I stayed in Decatur, you know, the outskirts. I never actually ever stayed in the city of Atlanta, unless you, of my fellow AT aliens, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Was Boring Homes in the city of Atlanta? Let me know in the comment section. But I was young, so I don't ever claim that. But let me know if Boring Homes Projects was in the city of Atlanta. But anyway, and for you cats that be talking about, oh, Donta, you went out there and covered it. Yes, I was. You ever heard of Settlers Grove? Shout out to Settlers. That's where I actually met Tar T at in Homicide in Settlers Grove. But that's a whole nother story. I'll tell y'all about that another time. But anyway, yeah, so I'm like, what happened? What's up? He says, so him and his granddaddy, right? They would go, from Flint to Atlanta, they go to Flint to Atlanta every year, right? To visit their kinfolks or whatever. So he said, you know, this year, well, the year prior, this was all this happened. He'd been fighting trial and he blew it. So anyway, so he said the prior year, whatever, they go down to Atlanta, right? To visit their people. He said when they was there for about a week. And when they was leaving, they stopped and they went to American Deli, right? Now, what his granddaddy, because the chicken's so good, when I go to American Deli, I get the mild, right? The mild hot wings and dip it in that blue cheese. Hey, listen, let me ask y'all a question. Real talk. What do y'all eat with y'all hot wings? Do y'all eat it with blue cheese or ranch? Let me know in the comment section, or just let me know what y'all eat with it. Just put like, whatever. Just let me know what y'all like to eat with y'all hot wings. So he said what his granddaddy would do would get dry ice, right? And they'd get like 40 wings or whatever. And, they'll just pack it a certain way and put it on there. Cause I think, from Atlanta back to Flint is about 10 to 12 hours, give or take. So he said they'll get that, but they'll order like 20 for him and 20 for him, and they'll eat that on the way back up north or whatever. So he said that when they got to about, I believe, Kentucky, his granddaddy ate all of himself, right? And he said that he ate his own. His granddaddy asked like, yo, can I eat the rest of these? Right? He's like, yeah, no problem. He ate them, right? He said when they got back to Flint, right? Because he stayed with his granddaddy. He said when they got back to Flint, what they will break down the wings 20-20, right? 20 for you, 20 for me, right? So he said that he ended up going to work because he was working at GM or whatever. He said he went to work at GM and he forgot to bring his wings because he wanted to bring his wings to for lunch, you know, for the next day at work or whatever. But he said he forgot it. So he said his granddaddy ate not only his wings, but he said he ate his wings too, right? So he said after he ate his wings, you know, granddaddy, it was what it was. So he said when he got home, he went to the refrigerator because that was all on his mind. You know, have y'all ever been in a situation where y'all just knew y'all left something somewhere to eat, left something to eat, and y'all just knew y'all just thinking about it all day? You could taste it. You just can't wait to get home to eat it. That's how he was feeling. So he ended up getting to the house. He goes straight to the refrigerator. He going through the container. It ain't nothing in there. There's nothing in there but about 4 wings. So he like, okay, this probably granddad. So but he don't see another container. So he like, man, no granddad didn't. So he go to the garbage and lo and behold, he see all the chicken bones, right? And he see that container. So he like, nah, man, F that, nah, nah. So he knocked on granddad's door. Hey, you up in there? Yeah, come in. Hey, was somebody over there ate my chicken or something? Granddad was like, no, I ate it. He was like, what you mean you ate it? He like, I ate it. I got hungry, so I ate it. He was like, yo, granddad, actually, he said, granddad, why the F would you do that? That was my S, the S word. I can't cuss on here, y'all. He said, that was my S. Why would you do that? He was like, I was hungry. What you mean? I was hungry. What? He was like, man, that's some mother effing BS, right? So I guess they got to arguing back and forth, right? And granddad, according to the detectives or whatever, but dead man can't tell no tales, right? According to the detective, the granddad, you know, was feared for his life, right? So they said that granddad pulled the pistol out on him because he was afraid, and they got into a confrontation, right? And granddad ended up getting popped. Now here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing. Granddad, now I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened. I'm just telling y'all what was told to me, what was in the paperwork, and y'all come up with your own conclusion, right? Granddad had 2 shots, y'all, in the back of the head. Now, one would say, oh, he popped granddad when granddad was fleeing. You see what I'm saying? This is why he got convicted. Now, if granddad would have took 2 shots forward, then, you know, that could probably account for something. But for him having 2 shots in the back of the head, they weren't going for it. They said, no, that man was fleeing. He was trying to get away from you, and you bust 2 in his head, right? So with that evidence, you know, he blew trial. They gave Rodney 40 years to life. Rodney will be eligible for parole, right? When Donta is about 68, 70 years old. When I'm 70, because I think me and Rodney the same age, now that I think about it. But this was 10 years ago, y'all. Y'all got, see, a lot of y'all think when I be telling y'all these stories that this happened a year ago or 5, no, this was 10 years ago, y'all. I've been free for 11 years now. I've been free for 11 years now. So Rodney, this was 11 years ago. So Rodney still got 31 years to go. So in 30 more years, I'll be 68 when Rodney will be eligible for parole. Think about that. Listen, Rodney, and I'm not sidetracking, but now something really just caught my attention. Rodney got 40 years to life over some chicken. Oh, let that sink in. Rodney ended up getting 40 years to life for some chicken. A lot of people end up in prison for a lot of reasons. Could be drugs, women, all type of stuff. But a lot of cats end up in prison for, hey, the next time, and I know there's a lot of people out here that's short-tempered, but sometimes y'all gotta realize that it only take a matter of seconds that would change the course of your life, that you would end up in a penitentiary for 20, 30, 40 years. This could have been avoided. Why? This is how this could have been avoided. Because yes, was Granddad wrong for eating Rodney chicken? Yeah, he was wrong. Did that deserve a death sentence? No. Rodney could have ate the 4 or 5 chickens, right? And drunk a big glass of water, 2 glasses of water, and his belly would have been filled, right? Because food is just is a nourishment, right? It's just a nourishment. Rodney could have ate 6 pieces of bread and guzzled down a gallon of water or a liter of water, right? And would have been filled. Hey, prison is some people belong there, some people don't. When I was locked up, I belonged there. Y'all stay tuned. Stay tuned. If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care. So one day, Freaky Freddy coming to the pod, right? And I never met this man. I never met him. I never knew who he was or nothing. So every Tuesday we get new inmates, right? So he comes in and he looked like a regular black dude. It wasn't nothing special about him. So when he comes in, he actually comes in with 3 laundry bags, right? Now, in my head, either he got clothes in them or he got commissary. Nevertheless, me and my crew was involved in certain things like offering protection for commissary. Or, how can I put it? If you got something that we want where you can either give it to us or give it to us. Yeah. So anyway, I beamed in on Freaky Freddy. So he's over there at the control booth getting his cell assignment, right? He ends up getting put in my cell. Now, at this time, I didn't have no cellmate. So when I heard the guard say the cell name, I instantly get up and I go right to the cell, right? So I'm standing in the doorway. He was like, "Hey, what's up?" I said, "What's up, man?" He was like, "Can I come in. I said, what's your charges? He was like, listen, man, I've been down for about 15 years already, man. Like, you don't need to do all that. I said, you got bad charges? He was like, no, man, I ain't got bad charges, and I will tell on you. I said, whoa, hold on, what you mean? You a snitch or something? He was like, no, I just ain't got time for the games. Now, let me let y'all know. In Jackson, if somebody goes to the guards and tell them that you are asking for their paperwork, you can get thrown in the hole or you can get written up. And he knew this, right? So, yeah, you don't supposed to ask people for their paperwork, but at the same time, I'm asking for that paperwork. They don't have to show you it, but, hey, the guards can't be everywhere, right? So, me knowing that he know what he talking about, I just go ahead and let him come in. So, I gave him a regular spiel. You got the top rack, whatever, whoop-de-woo, right? So he like, hey, I see you running the store in here, man. I said, I'm the store man in here. He was like, oh, okay, that's kind of funny because I run the store too, where I just came from. I said, you run the store too? He like, yeah. Now, if y'all been listening to my Freaky Freddy stories, y'all know that Freaky Freddy was a store man too, right? So he like, oh, so how that's gonna work? I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know how this is gonna work, but we'll just see. We'll just see. Right. So for the first couple days, me and Freaky Freddy, we didn't bump heads. We didn't have no issues. We were just programming. Right. I didn't know that Freaky Freddy was, a homosexual at this time because he never showed me that he was. He never talked about anything. He never said nothing that would give me the slightest hint that he was like that or he would have been up out of there, right? So a whole week go by, right? And like I said, everything cool, we gelling together, we selling together, everything is cool, right? Until that next Tuesday came around. Now, y'all know every Tuesday, just like last Tuesday and the following Tuesday before that and so on and so forth, you get new inmates. Now, there was an inmate came in there by the name of Lil Kim, right? Lil Kim was this short black dude out from Philly, right? But Lil Kim, he basically got turned out some years back by this older black dude, right, named George. So Lil Kim come in there. And I noticed, like, every time we get new inmates, everybody watching, everybody trying to see who coming in, because you don't know if you got beef with this person or it's an enemy or it's a friend. You want to make sure you got eyeballs at that door, making sure you see who comes in and who's going and coming out, right? So I noticed Freaky Freddy was on the tier and he just eyeballing Lil Kim, like eyeballing him. So I'm like, okay, now listen, I could have been tripping, but in hindsight, I wasn't tripping because, hey, it is what it is. So I'm noticing, Freaky Freddy looking at Lil Kim a little extra too hard. So I rose up on him. I'm like, hey, you know, homeboy? He was like, oh yeah, that was my bunk mate. That was my cellie from the other dorm where I got transferred from. I said, that was your cellie? He was like, yeah, he mad cool. He mad cool. Hey, I'm finna hook him up with a care package. He ain't got nothing. I said, hey, let me talk to you in the cell right quick. He was like, all right, what's up? I said, you was in the cell with him? He was like, yeah, what's the problem? I said, how long was y'all in the cell together? Because we just actually came off of an annual lockdown. And with the annual lockdowns, whoever you in the cell with, you have no choice but to be in there with that person. We was on this annual lockdown for 2 months, y'all. So if the only way you get out that cell, if you get out that cell on an annual lockdown, you go into the hole until it's over with. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt of this saying, was y'all locked in because of the annual lockdown or what? He was like, no, man, we actually been in the cell together for a whole year. And so I said, y'all was in the cell together for a whole year? He was like, yeah, man, yeah, he cool, but yeah, I'm about to give him a care package. I said, hey, listen, you been in here for a week now, and you said you done got 15 years in, and I don't know where exactly you did your time at, but I'm pretty. How long you been here? He was like, man, I've been here for 5 years. I said, okay, so without no shadow of a doubt, that you cannot sail up with no punk, right? And he was like, oh man, so you one of them type of guys too? I said, hey, listen, man, hey, I can't tell you how to program, I can't tell you how to live. But let me ask you a question. You ain't see nothing wrong with you being in a cell with Lil Kim for all that time? He was like, no, I didn't see nothing wrong. I don't understand what's your angle. I said, are you gay? And he just got quiet. And then he's got to look into the ground, and he was like, why would you say that? No, I'm not gay, man. I'm not gay. I said, are you interested in this person? Is you interested in Lil Kim or something? And I said, you know what? Forget it. Why didn't you get Lil Kim out your cell? Because you know how we program here in this prison. If you ain't like that, he ain't supposed to be in your cell. So he was like, hey, bro, listen, I'm not gay, but I'll tell you this. I indulge. I said, what? Come again? He said, yeah, I indulge, man. What's the problem? I said, hey, you got to get out the cell, homeboy. He was like, what you mean I got to get out? I said, you got to get out this. And I said, you know what? I don't ask twice. So he was like, well, what you mean you don't ask twice? I said, hold on. So I go to my locker and I grab my sock. And he like, what you doing? Then I go and put my lock in the sock. He was like, hey, man, you ain't got to do that. I said, listen, I don't ask twice at all. Get up out this cell. He was like, hey, man, dog, that you don't even got to come to that, man. You ain't got to be that way. I said, get out this motherfucking cell right now. So he was like, all right, man, all right, just chill. So then he walked out the cell. He goes down there and he's trying to get the attention of the guards, right? But they ain't having none of it. They trying to get these new inmates, cell assignments, right? So he like, hey, yeah, I really need to talk to one of y'all officers. And they like, listen, man, we ain't trying to hear nothing until we get these people in a cell. So he like, well, that's the thing. Before y'all do the cell assignment, do you think I can get out the room that I am? Because, me and my cellie having, some disagreements, and I wanted to lead to something else. So he like, the guard like, hey, man, this ain't the Motel 6. This ain't Burger King, man. You can't have it your way, man. Nah, man, go back to your cell. So he was like, as a matter of fact, everybody locked down. Everybody locked down, right? So we like, what? Well, I'm not like what, but everybody else is out there doing what they doing. Like, man, what? They're like, man, lock it down. Everybody lock it down till we get these people in they cell. So, hey, Freaky Freddy, come on back up there. And I'm sitting on the desk right now. And he just standing at the cell door. We all locked in now. And he like, hey, listen, man, I already talked to them. I said, what did you tell them? He was like, I ain't tell them nothing. I just told them, like, we having a little disagreement. And I feel like, can I get a cell change, And I was like, so what did they say? He said, man, they just locked us down. They locked everybody down. I said, listen, man, I don't know you and you don't know me. Now, I ain't got no problem with, you being like that. You liking the boys or whatever, but you can't be in the cell with me, bro, because I don't rock that way and I don't associate with cats like that. Now, yeah, I can do business with you type of dudes, but as far as us eating together, being in the cell together, nah, that's out. He was like, well, I mean, I don't, okay, I guess. I'm like, all right, man. So the guard come to the door. He like, hey, is it a problem up here? And, Freaky Freddy was like, no, it ain't no problem. But, me and this guy, I've been locked up for 15 years. And, me and this guy I can just tell we not going to get along. And the guard was like, well, what's the problem? You got to tell me something. He was like, well, it ain't really a problem. It's just, I'm older, he's younger. And, I just don't, I can just see us, having an altercation or some type of confrontation up in here. So the guard was like, you know what? There is a cell that's open, but, you won't be, I'll move you there tomorrow. Or I'll move you tomorrow. So he walks off. So Freaky Freddy like, is that good? Is that cool? I said, yeah, man, that's cool. It's all good. You'll be going tomorrow, so it ain't no thing, right? So then we all come off a lockdown, right? They pop the doors, so everybody go back out, right? So Freaky Freddy instantly leaves out, and I see him at the control booth, right? So he's over there talking to the guard, like, yo, what cell I'm going into? And they like, well, it's two cells is open right now. It's the one with Lil Kim, and it's a single cell. They was gonna put him in the single cell, but he was like, no, that's okay. This is my bunkmate a while back. Before I came to this dorm, can I get in there with him? And he was talking about Lil Kim, right? So they like, nah, man, nah, y'all ain't about to be doing no funny business under my watch. No, you going to that single cell, right? So Freaky Freddy was like, all right, bet, right? So about 5 minutes later, I get a knock at the door. Knock, 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 knock. I'm like, what's up? It's Lil Kim. I said, what's up, man? He was like, hey, your name Donta, right? I said, yeah, what's up? He like, you the store man, right? I said, yeah. He was like, oh, wait, listen, I don't really got that much. And then Freaky Freddy just come out of nowhere like, hey, what's up, man? Where you been at, man? And they get to talking. And now at this time, Freaky Freddy is in the cell and Lil Kim is right outside the cell. And they just talking. They just catching up. He's like, man, no, I got you, man. No, everything on me. Everything on me. You ain't got to borrow nothing. So Lil Kim kind of stepped in the cell. I said, oh, whoa, hold up. I said, hey, man, y'all gonna have to roll up out of here. Or, he got to get up out of here. He got to stand up outside the cell, man. Ain't no way he finna be up in here. Nah, that's out, right? Lil Kim step out and Freaky Freddy like, hey, man, listen, man, I'm about to be going tomorrow, man. You ain't got to be doing all that, man. But why you act like you just so homophobic or something, man? Like, you act like what's your deal? I said, what? He was like, yeah, man, I don't like that, man. What's your deal, man? That's what's wrong with you young dudes. Y'all just hate what y'all don't understand. I said, hey, man, listen, I ain't trying to hear nothing you saying right now. Matter of fact, I swear. So then I get up, right? At this time, I'm going back to the lock in the sock, right? I said, hey, man, check this out. You not sleeping in this motherfucking cell. You going to have to go today or I'm going to kill you. He said, what you say? I said, hey, Nick. I said, you not sleeping in this cell. Either you going to get up and you going to leave out this cell right now, or I'm going to kill you. Freaky Freddy was like, all right, bet. Yep. That's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear, right? I'm like, hey, if you going to do something, then do it. I don't want to hear all that sly talking, all that slick talk, right? He like, hey, man, listen, I'm finna just go ahead and roll up right now. I'm finna pack it up right now. I said, all right, bet, you do that then. About 5 minutes later, here come the guards. Donta, what's up? Pack it up. For what? Pack it up. You know what you did. I said, what did I do? You ain't finna be out around here threatening people, especially because how their lifestyle is. I said, what you mean? Like, what are you talking about? So you didn't just threaten this man because of his sexuality? I said, no, I didn't threaten it. I said, no, man, he was in the cell. I said, never mind, forget it. Just forget it. They like, so it's going to be a problem or what? I said, no, man, it ain't going to be no problem, man. So I go back to the cell. So the guard like, hey, listen, we just going to go ahead and move him. You already been in here for the last 6 months. We just going to go ahead and move him. We just going to just leave it alone. But I promise to God, Donta, if you touch this man or you touch Lil Kim, you going to the hole for a year. I promise you that. I promise you going to the hole for a year. I said, man, I ain't even thinking about that dude, man. All right, man, whatever. So then Freaky Freddy come in there. He started packing all his stuff up, right? And then he walk out and he leave. That was my introduction to Freaky Freddy, y'all. That was my introduction to him. From that day on, me and him always had issues. Always. In hindsight, I'm not even gonna say that because that'll be wrong. That'll be wrong. But anyway, hey, y'all let me know in the comment section if y'all feeling this puppet thing. If you feeling this puppet thing and you want to see more stories of me telling these stories in this puppet way, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the new channel that's gonna be pinned at the top of the comment section. And with that, y'all. Oh, one last thing, y'all. If y'all haven't became a member yet, make sure y'all become a member. I'm going to put Dante's members link at the top of the comment section too, because I'm finna be dropping my skits and my movies on there really soon. So only people that can watch it is the people that's going to be members. All right. So y'all make sure y'all, if y'all have not became a member of the Dante Show Network channel, make sure you become a member. And with that, y'all, I'm out. If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Dante Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. So me and my homeboy Calvin end up getting in the same cell together. So I end up getting a top rack. And I know what y'all thinking. Y'all gonna be like, oh, Dante, I thought you said, got weaker guys got to get the top rack. Hold on, pump y'all brakes. So my homeboy Calvin, he had a bad back. So, me and him being homeboys from the street, I let him get the bottom rack. Ain't no thing. But yeah, y'all all right though. Usually if it ain't no crazy, intimidation tactics going on, usually the guy that get the bottom bunk usually is the one that's controlling, if that's the dynamics in the cell, But anyway, so Calvin got the bottom bunk and I got the top bunk, and we chopping it up or whatever. And he like, hey, Dante, you remember that girl Tiffany? I said, Tiffany, what Tiffany? He said, Tiffany that went to Southwestern. I said, Tiffany went to Southwestern? He said, yeah. He was like, I said, yeah. He said, the dark-skinned chick. I said, oh, yeah, Tiffany. Oh, Tiffany. He was like, yeah, she work here. I said, get out of here. He was like, yeah, no cap. She work here. I said, man, I had a crush on her since. He said, but listen, though, one of the homies said from Jackson that, she get down. Like, you pay her a little something, she'll break you off. So I was like, Tiffany doing that? He was like, yeah, bro. I said, did you hit? He was like, nah, but, I heard that she about to get transferred over here in our dorm. I was like, oh, okay. Now, normally when I hear things like that, I'm like, yeah, all right, man, because y'all know how it is in prison. These dudes always coming up with these miraculous stories and, things like that. So I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, all right, I believe it and I see it or whatever, right? 2 days later, now I done forgot all about this, whatever. 2 days later, right? I'm coming from the shower. When I come out the shower, who do I see sitting there in the control booth? It's Tiffany. Man, my heart stopped. Now, I'm going to give y'all a little backstory about Tiffany. Now, Tiffany was this dark-skinned chocolate chick, right? I ain't going to lie. I had a little crush on her back in the day. It wasn't nothing. Right? But me and her was cool. It wasn't like we dated or anything or we messed around, There was a lot of chicks that, I thought was attractive, but that don't mean I pushed up on them. Now, hold on. For any of y'all out there that be talking about, oh, Donta was scared to talk to this chick. Let me tell y'all something. Number one, I'm married, okay? So I've been out the game for 12 years, all right? But outside of that, prior to me being married, you understand me? I didn't know how to do a push-up, but I knew how to push up on the chick. And that's facts. But anyway. Hey, do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Also, before we continue this story, if you are watching this video and you didn't get my notification, make sure you unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back to the channel, and hit the notification bell because YouTube changes algorithm and is not sending out my notifications. But that's how you do it. Now, hit that like button and share the video. But anyway, so I see her and I just got my towel on and I lock eyes with it and she looked at me and she smirked. So at this time, y'all, Donta was built like an Olympian god, right? The arms was right, the chest was right. You know what I'm saying? I had the chiseled jaw, Donta was in shape. So, she seen the little six pack right there, the triceps and all that. So, I flexed just a little bit. So I said, okay. So then I went up there to myself. So Calvin was already in there. I said, Calvin. He said, I already know. I told you she here. I told you. I said, man, all right, give me a minute. So he left out the cell. Anyway, let me put a pause right there right quick, okay? If you find yourself in prison, all right, this is what you call cell etiquette, right? So basically what cell etiquette is when you get out if you come in the room and you naked and you about to get dressed, your cellmate need to get up out that cell unless y'all on like a lockdown or whatever. But he need to get out that cell and give you your personal time and vice versa, right? So he leave out, right? And I'm in there getting dressed. So I'm like, dang. Now at this time, y'all, I've been locked up for maybe, we gonna say my 11th month in, 11 month in, right? So I'm just thinking, I said, dang, that is Tiffany. She looked the same, just older, man. So I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting on homeboy bed at this time, but he wasn't really tripping. So I'm sitting on his bed, and the next thing you know, I get a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Guess who it is, y'all? It's Tiffany. I said, yeah. She was like, I'm about to come in. So she opened the door. She walked in. She was like, Donta, I knew that was you. Now, I'm going to be real with y'all. Now, I ain't trying to, turn this to no freaked out story or whatever, but, y'all just got to bear with me. Y'all here for the story, right? Now, chill out. So anyway, I said, what's up, Tiffany? She was like, so how long you been here? I said, man, it's about 10, 11 months. She was like, oh, okay. Well, it's nice to see you. I said, hey, Tiff, can I get a hug? She was like, yeah. Now, she walked up to me and I stood up and, hey, I'm going to be real with y'all. The towel dropped and, you know what I mean? The towel dropped. She looked down and she was like, oh, my. And I said, yeah. And I just gave her a hug just like that. Now, before y'all, I already know A lot of y'all gonna be saying cap and all this and that, but hey, it is what it is. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. Y'all wasn't there with me. Ain't nobody that was locked up with me gonna come out and say otherwise. So it is what it is. All right. So y'all can cut all that nonsense out, right? And the reason why I'm telling y'all this story right now is because Calvin told me, he said he don't care. He said, man, Donta, I don't even care, man. It don't even matter. I don't care. You can tell the story, whatever. Because y'all thinking this story is about me. Oh, no, it ain't about me. It's about Calvin, right? So, I give her the hug and, she feel that sword of justice down there, right? And she was like, oh, my. And I said, yeah, that's all me, right? So we hugged. Man, y'all got to understand, man, I ain't touched a woman almost, 12 months at that point. So it is what it is. So she gave me the hug and she let go. And I was like, hey, you working tonight shift? She was like, no, but I'm going to be here tomorrow morning. I said, all right, bet, right? So she walked out the cell. And I put my boxers on, put my deodorant on, brushed my teeth, put my lotion on, and got dressed. And Calvin, he was like, hey, you ready? You done? I said, yeah. He said, man, what's up? What happened? I said, shoot, I just gave her a hug. He was like, so what she say? Like, is she down? I said, no, I didn't ask her. He was like, man, find out. I said, hold on, why you ain't saying that? He was like, man, I don't know. I'm just trying to, shoot, you don't want to know her like that. I said, man, you know her too, or whatever. So he was like, all right. So the next morning come, right? It's count time. She's not there at all. So I'm like, dang, when's she gonna come in? Right? So nothing really eventful happened right now throughout the day. So we just gonna skip to 8:00 when shift change happened, right? So the night crew was coming in, right? And usually, they'll now this was on a Saturday, right? And they usually let us stay out to about 11 to midnight if you got the cool guards, or other than that, we supposed to be locked down at 9:00, right? But anyway, we had the cool guard on staff. I ain't gonna put his name out there because he's still working, but she shows up. Tiffany shows up. It's her in the night guard or whatever. So I'm like, bet, right? But now hold on. Before we go any further, let me put this out there too. It's a lot of dudes that be hating. A whole lot of buster dudes out there be hating. And one would think, if Donta getting all this attention, somebody gonna try to drop a kite and let the captain know, like, hey, y'all need to watch Donta and that new guard Tiffany because they might be doing something. Dudes to drop a kite on you quick and hate on you. But I knew that, understood that. So anyway, I always find myself by the control booth talking to her, right? And we just chopping it up about the past or whatever. And I just straight out asked. I said, hey, Tiff, man, let me ask you a question, right? She was like, what's up? I said, I'm gonna be real. You let me get that? And she was like, get what? And I was like, you know what I'm talking about. She was like, boy, stop playing. What you hear? I said, I ain't hear nothing. What you mean? She was like, no, because you want to just come out and say that. I said, I'm just speaking for myself. And she was like, man, what did you hear? I said, I ain't hear nothing. She was like, all right. So, yeah, I'll give you some. I said, when? And she was like, whenever you want it. I said, man, stop playing, right? So she was like, I ain't playing whenever you want it. I said, I'll give you something tonight. She was like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll see. I said, all right. So I walked off, right? Calvin rolled up to the control booth, right? And they talking. So as I'm walking around the day room, right? I'm hitting my laps. I do about 30 laps. And after this is my regimen. I hit 5 laps. Every time I get by the phones, I drop down, do 20 push-ups, do 5 more laps, drop down, do 20 push-ups. And that's my routine to tire myself out so I can get a good night rest, right? So I'm doing my laps around, right? And I see Calvin over there smiling, right? So then Calvin come to me. Now, we had a cell phone. Now, I ain't going to tell y'all where we kept it at, but we had a cell phone. Calvin was like, hey, D, I'm about to go use the jack. Look out for me. I said, all right. So he goes and go get it, and I'm standing outside the door. I'm like, yo, what's up? What's going on? He was like, yeah, I'm about to send that through. I said, send what through? He said, yeah, she charged $100 to hit. I said, $100 a hit? He was like, yeah, she is about to go down. I said, oh, okay. So in my head, I'm thinking like, oh, so he paying for it, but I'm going to get it for free, so I ain't tripping, right? So he send the money to her in the cash app or whatever, and he go back down there and they discuss whatever they discuss. Now, this dude named Andrew from Detroit, he rolls up on me and he like, hey, Donta, man, I'm going to just go ahead and let you know, bro. I said, what's up? He said, hey, man, Tiff, man, she burning. She burning, dog. And I said, man, what you mean she burning? Now, I'm thinking he hating. I'm thinking he just over here to blow my spot up and try to make something seem like, that this girl got something or whatever, and he ain't looking out for me. He just trying to move in on his own or whatever. So I'm listening to him like, all right, man, whatever. But then he said something else. He was like, hey, you remember Jay Bark? Now, Jay Bark was this, where was he at? Where was he from? He was from Kalamazoo. Jay Bark was from Kalamazoo. And Jay Bark just got transferred, right? So he was like, yeah, I'm a call Jay Bark, he'll tell you. So we go to his room and he called him up on the phone, right? And Jay Bark, he like, yeah, man, I don't know you like that, but hey, bro, check this out. Tiffany, she burning and she giving dudes crabs. I said, man, get out of here. He was like, yeah, bro, I'm for real, man. She giving dudes crabs. That's why she got transferred. I said, you for real? He said, man, dog. I said, well, how you know that for sure? He was like, because it happened to me. It happened to me, man. I said, man, get out of here. He said, all right, bro. I mean, it is what it is. I said, all right, good looking out, right? So I had it in my head like, you know what? Man, I ain't gonna touch it. I'm gonna leave it alone. So I end up going to my homeboy Cal. I said, hey, Cal, I need to holler at you right quick. He like, what's up? I said, no, come over here right quick. Now, Tiffany was coming out the control booth, and she was signaling him to come over there, right? He like, man, watch out, Donta. I said, no, dog, I need to really talk to you like right now. He like, man, can it wait, man? I said, all right, man, all right, whatever. Then he walked up. I said, man, Cap. And I said, man, there, man, forget it. So he goes down there and he go with her. Now, this was her setup, right? So she would act like they about to go get some stuff out of the cleaning closet, whatever, which is outside of the dorm. So she signaled for him to go. So basically, her setup was that you send her the $100 somehow, some way, y'all end up outside of the dorm and go to the broom closet, and you got maybe 1 or 2 minutes to get it on, right? So that was the setup. That was the program. So they went in there. They did what they did. Now, we're going to put a pause right there because I know a lot of y'all like, Donta, you dead wrong. Donta, why you ain't stopped the homie? Why you ain't just tell him, yo, she got this, she got that? Why Donta didn't do it? I'm going to tell y'all why. Y'all ever heard that expression, a hard head make a soft ass? Y'all remember that? Now, imagine this. This dude been locked up for maybe about 2-3 years already. Ain't touched a woman, ain't smelt a woman, right? And here go his chance. He already sent the money off to her, and he finna go get him some. And here go Donta, right? Donta that already got prior history with this chick. I never messed with her or nothing, but I got prior history with this chick, and I'm telling him right at the moment of him about to go down there and get him some, like, no, don't do it because I heard she got crabs, or I heard that she burned or whatever. He gonna look at me like I'm crazy. He gonna like, man, Donta, why you hating? And so I said, you know what? I mean, I tried to warn him, but he kept walking off, and hey, it is what it is, right? Do me a favor, y'all, and let's keep it a buck. Shout out to Philly. Let's keep it a bean, right? Let's keep it a bean. Do y'all think Donta was wrong for not, like, grabbing him and telling, like, yo, don't do it because she got A, B, Z, and D, right? And I didn't know 100%. I'm taking the word from another felon, another convict, right? That this woman got A, B, C, and D or whatever. But y'all let me know in the comment section, do y'all think Donta wrong? Also, check this out. I got to give a special shout out to my home girl, Eva. And I got to give a special shout out to my people, the Garcia family. Shout out to y'all. That's from your big partner, Donta. Thank y'all for y'all support. I appreciate y'all. So let's get back to the story, y'all. So he ended up going to the closet with her, and they do what they do, whatever. He come in, right? And you can tell, dude Calvin, you could tell he, maybe it was gone for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes tops. He come back on, weak-legged. He like all exhausted. He just walked past me. He just go in the room and just lay down. I said, so how was it? He said, man, bruh. Man, he just turned on his side and went to bed. Right? So I come out the room and I look straight down there, right? And I see her take another guy, right? Another guy. It was maybe 4 guys that she took, right? So I said, okay, it's on. So I'm like, okay. So now I'm thinking to myself, like, I ain't gonna touch her. I ain't gonna touch her because I know she ain't using condoms. But then I just went over. I said, hey, bro, y'all use protection? And he was like, man, what protection? I said, oh, okay, right. How can you blame homie? But anyway, so I'm thinking in my head, I already had my mind made up like, yeah, I ain't going to touch her. But then I thought about something else. I'm like, well, this is a way for me to make some money. I'm the only one that really know her like that. So I'm going to just pull up on her and be like, hey, let me just manage what you got going on. I ain't talking about being a pimp, but y'all can call it whatever y'all want to call it. But I was just going to tell her, like, look, let me set these, altercations up, and let me just get a percentage of it. So I already had that in my head going on, but I was like, yeah, I'm gonna see what she go for it, right? About, I'm gonna say 20 minutes to go by, right? And they locked down the pile. All right, y'all, it's time to go in. Everybody go to your rooms, blah, 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 blah. Right? So everybody head to their rooms and, dude is asleep. Right? So the next day they had us on lockdown. They wouldn't tell us why. They just told us, yo, y'all in yourselves for the day. And, sometimes they just do that just to mess with us. We convicts, according to what the 13th amendment or whatever, one of them Constitution amendments, we slaves anyway. Once you become a prisoner, you a slave anyway. So you ain't got to explain nothing to us, right? Right. So, we in there and, homeboy, like, hey, Donta, man, something ain't right. I'm like, what you mean ain't something right? He said, I don't know, man. I just don't feel right down there. I'm like, man, I ain't no doctor, man. What he like, man, could you like kind of check? I said, man, I'm not about to look at you, homeboy, man. You better hit that button and try to get to the infirmary or whatever. He like, man, I said, what, you feel like you burning or something? He said, no, it ain't that I'm burning, but I don't know, I'm like itching or whatever. Maybe she had like some special powder on or something, and I don't know. I said, well, you did go in raw, right? He said, yeah, but I don't know. I said, all right, man, don't sweat, man. It's, you just sleep it off or whatever. Go over there and go take a bird bath, whatever. So he was like, all right, man, I'm gonna just go to sleep again, right? So he slept all day, right? So it had to been about maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, and he like, man, oh man, I said, what's up with you, man? He was like, man, bro, hey, you know what, man, I got like these little spiders down here. Like, man, you got some, have any spiders been crawling on you? I said, hell no. He said, man, I got like these little spiders over here in my area. I'm like, spiders? And he like, yeah. I said, like on the bed sheet or what? He like, no, bro, it's like down there. I said, down there? He said, yeah. I said, hey, I don't know, bro, I don't, spiders wouldn't do that. Like, he said, man, I was just combing through my, man, and I said, bro, I think you got crabs, homeboy. He said, what? I said, yeah, I think you got crabs, homie. He was like, man, what you mean? I said, hey, I said, you remember the other day when I was telling you, like, yo, let me talk to you before you ran down there? He was like, yeah. I said, that's what I was trying to tell you. Old dude from Kalamazoo told me on the phone, like, he gave her that. I mean, she gave him that, and I was trying to tell you, but he was like, man, bro, what you mean? I said, hey, what, you would have listened? He was like, nah, but man, no, man, F that, right? So about 4 hours, cause we had 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. count time, right? So he's standing out there. We out there, cause at 6 o'clock you gotta have that bed made. You gotta be standing out front, or you will be locked down again. Right? So we out there doing, he out there grabbing at himself and just itching and all that. But I see some other guys doing the same thing too. So, and I noticed these were the same guys that was messing with her too. So I'm like, oh man, yep. So long story short, they all end up going to the infirmary and, getting checked out, and they didn't blow the spot up, and they ain't, tell on her or whatever. They kept it G or whatever, but they end up getting the cream or whatever, and whatever happened with that. But you know what? This kind of remind me of a Bible story. Now I know a lot of y'all was like, yo, Donta, we love that Sodom and Gomorrah story that you told, but we want to hear another Bible story. Okay, well, I'm gonna give y'all 2 stories of one. Now this story right here is about when King David did what he did with Bathsheba. Now, the point of me telling y'all this story is about being in a place that you should not be in. You know what I mean? When you're supposed to be somewhere, but you end up being somewhere else. Now, for those that don't know the King David and Bathsheba story, so basically it was the time of war. It was the season of war, when the kings go out and, they go to war or whatever. But King David decided to say, you know what? Nah, I ain't going out. I ain't going out with the men to go to war. I'm just going to kick it. I'm going to just chill. Some of you guys out there that, supposed to be going to work, but y'all decide to take the day off and go chill with some chick that y'all had no business chilling with. Yes, like that, right? So King David like, nah, I'm just gonna chill at the castle and just chill, right? So remember, he's supposed to be out there going to war, but he at the castle chilling, right? So anyway, as he walking on his balcony, he look across and he see this woman, bad chick. I'm talking about bad. And, she's bathing, and first he looks away like, okay, let me not be, freaky. But then he looked back again and he can't stop watching. So he sees it. He like, man, she is fine. So first he wrestled with it at first, and he like, nah, I ain't gone. But then he said, man, hold up. I'm King David. I'm about to, man, let me, man, I got all this power, man. I'm about to. So he summoned a couple of his guards like, hey, go to that house and tell the chick that at that house to, come through right quick. So nevertheless, he sends the guards out, and the guards go out and they knock on the door. Hey, with the guards of David, he wants you to come to the castle. And she like, what do he want? They like, we don't know, but just come. She said, okay, I'm gonna obey the king. So she get dressed and she come on up there, She waiting, and King David bring her to the bedroom, and he sit her down, and he like, do you want something to drink? You want some wine or something? Want something to eat, some grapes or, some boiled chicken or something? She like, no, that's okay. How can I help you, King? And he like, well, I ain't gonna lie, man. I seen you from across the way, yeah, man. You bad. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. I want you. And she like, well, I am married. And he like, you married? She like, yeah. He like, man, dang. But your man ain't me, basically. And she is like, okay. And he like, man, look, I'm gonna be real with you. I want to drop this heavy D offering to you. And she like, okay, I guess we can do it. So, King David, pull up on her, he lay her down, and then he proceeded to drop heavy D off in him. On top of that, he didn't even use no condom, no protection at all, right? So he busts all up in her and then send her home. Couple months go by, and she saying word like, yo, I'm pregnant. And he like, what you mean you pregnant? And she like, I'm pregnant. And you the daddy. I mean, my husband is a warrior in your army, and he out there in war. And so King David like, well, who is he? He said it's Uriah. He said, whoa, who? Yeah, my husband and Uriah. He like, man, it's one of my best soldiers. All right, this what we gonna do. This how we gonna cover this up. I'm gonna send for Uriah, right? And I'm gonna have him send him from the battlefield so he can be with you, so he can have sex with you, so we can cover this up, so it can be his baby. So she said, all right. So he sent word, and Uriah came. And he said, King David, put the word out like, yo, spend time with your wife or whatever. But Uriah was a stand-up G. Uriah was a stand-up, 10 toes down, man of all men. He said, hey, man, check this out. No disrespect, King David. But, yo, the man, I can't be out here having sex with my wife and laid up when my brothers in arms is out there fighting these battles. I can't do it, man. I'm just gonna stay here by the gate. I'm not even going to my home when my brothers out there laying their life down. I need to be out there. So King David is like, dang. All right, I gotta do something about this. So King David said, all right, this what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send him back to the war zone, but I'm going to put him on the front lines, right, where the battle is most fierce, where he's almost sure to die, right? So he sent him on out his way. The commanders put Uriah on the front line. Now, as they fight in this war, right, a signal was given to withdraw away from Uriah, guaranteeing that he's going to get killed, right? So as they fighting, the signal was given, and the men start backing away from Uriah, and he get killed. So at this time, when King David heard about it, he sent for Bathsheba to come stay, in the spot with him, right? In the palace, in the kingdom, right? Gave her a nice room and everything. So, okay, I'm going to take care of the baby, right? I'm going to take care of the baby. You ain't got to worry about nothing, right? King David was on some real nigga shit, right? So anyway, and y'all do me a favor, hit that like button too. So and if y'all like the way I tell these Bible stories, I get a lot of feedback of people telling me, hey, yo, Donta, the way you be telling these Bible stories, man, hey, I know y'all, I do it for y'all. But anyway, so, a prophet came in and said, hey, King David, I need to holler at you about something. So the prophet basically told him, told him a little story that was about him. And he asked King David, like, yo, what would you do to this person that, did this violation? And King David basically said, man, off with his head and all that, right? And the prophet ended up telling him, like, well, this story is about you. God knows what you did. And King David's like, oh, man, right? So the prophet also told King David that this was going to happen. That baby of yours, that baby, Bathsheba baby, I'm taking his life. For what you did, I'm taking that baby's life. For what you did. You see, you supposed to been out there fighting. It's a season where the kings go to war. But instead you stay here. And then lust came into your heart and you had sex with this man's wife. and bore a child. Not only did you do that, you sent him to the fiercest part of the battle of the war and got that man killed. So you know what? This baby ain't going to be able to live. So what did King David do? He was crying. He put on sackcloth. He said he was pleading that God wouldn't take the baby, right? But God wasn't trying to hear that at all. And he ended up taking the baby life. The point of me telling y'all this story is this, especially for you men out there, especially you black men out there. I'm really talking to my black brothers out there, right? Our job as a man is to work. The Bible says that in the beginning, God did not cause it to rain in the garden because there was no man to till the land. That right there lets me know that our first job as a human being, as a man, is to work. You know, they say if you don't work, you don't eat. So our first job is to work. And there's a lot of cats out here that, you know, they go get a job, working for 2 weeks. When they get their first check, they ain't showing up no more. Or you got a job and you just don't feel like going today, so you duck off and go to the strip club, drop Heavy D off into one of these strippers and catch gonorrhea or something worse. And then you come back, you bring it to your girlfriend, and then, oop, there it is, right? You men better start being where y'all supposed to be. Haven't y'all noticed when people ain't where they supposed to be, this when all the trouble happens? This is why I don't go out. This is why I don't go to strip clubs. This is why I don't even go to the club. Here go right here. Breaking news. Big YouTuber Donta gets shot in the ass, right? At some club. I ain't supposed to be there anyway. You know what I mean? So always be where you supposed to be when you be there, right? Be where you supposed to be when you supposed to be there. And with that, y'all, shout out to the Garcia family. Shout out to Eva. And shout out to the most electrifying commentators, viewership people that's a part of the Donta Show Network. And I want to give a special shout out to all my members also. And everybody that hit the like button and everybody that shares the videos. And with that, y'all, I'm out.
If you enjoyed this story, make sure you hit that like button for me. Also, if you like stories like this, make sure you check out Stacy's Story Time.
Stacy's Story Time.
I'll have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check her out. If you want to continue to show your support for the Donta Show Network, make sure you send your weekly donation to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our Zelle. It is highly appreciated. Until next time, take care.